Welcome back to Beyond the Lane, episode 52. How is everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody is keeping well. Well, meltdown, eh? Been a bit of a meltdown since yesterday, guys. Yeah, we're going to get stuck into it tonight. Crazy day yesterday, leading into today. So many arguments, so many rows. Cookie had it all on his show this morning. And if anyone wants to go and watch a bit of entertainment, yeah, go and check that out. 100%, you must go and check it out. It was a mad one, Cookie, and I think he's still recovering from the madness there. Look, big up, guys.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it was a mad one. Yeah, people were a little bit tense, weren't they, this morning? A little bit uptight.
Just a bit, yeah.
Just a bit. Guys in the chat, smash the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Please subscribe to my guests. I'll get their links up in the chat. And look, everybody in the chat tonight, get involved with the conversation. I want to hear from everybody. Super chats are open if you want your message priority read out. We'll try and get through as many comments as possible, but it's going to be a busy show. Hopefully it'll be a lively one. So much to say. And look, and yeah, big up to everyone for watching. And if anyone watches on playback, just hit the like button as well if you could. That would be great. So look, before we get into anything tonight, I want everyone watching, as I said, to answer this question, right? So with this money Tottenham has spent, with the players they brought in, with one game a week, what is the minimum expectation for this team? Because mine is very clear, very clear. I changed my mind on Friday afternoon when I did a show, and I think it must be European football. I've changed my expectations, and that wasn't like my early in the summer. I had no expectations, but once we got those forward players in, and when you spend this sort of money, De Zerbi's been back so heavily, so my expectations has changed, and I'm not moving them again because we've lost a couple of games. 100% not. Now that doesn't mean everything is perfect. It clearly isn't. I still think we're short in important areas. For example, I wanted another centre forward, someone who's guaranteed more goals, a proper number 10, creative number 10, attacking midfielder. We definitely needed right back cover. And I still think there's an issue in that centre midfield. I think we lack someone with real power who can win tackles and dominate physically. But Tottenham knew that as well. And they choose to spend the money in all these areas they choose. You know, they chose what they thought was the priority. So this is the squad. So that's why tonight this show is going to be, it's called Spurs Chose This Squad. And now the pressure is on the club. And yes, it's on De Zerbi as well, massively to make it work. And before anyone says to me, I'm going a bit overboard after 2 games, I'm not. It's 2 games in. New players need time. De Zerbi needs time to get his football ideas across, for example. And this season could be a very good season in the end. But needing time to improve the football is completely different to lowering expectations. And that will be a bit of the debate. And that's where we're going to start the show off tonight. So get your answers in the chat now. What is the minimum for this Tottenham squad? Europe, top 6, top 4? Or are you just saying give them a free pass this season? And as long as there's some improvements and we finish mid-table and not in another relegation battle, I'm sure there's still people thinking that right now. So look, I've got a feeling we're not all going to agree, maybe on the panel and in the chat tonight. So look, let's welcome in our guests. Obviously, my co-host Nige, mate. How are you doing? End of the transfer window for you, mate. A little bit sad tonight, aren't you?
A little bit gutted. Yeah, it's been a good transfer window, but yeah, a bit flat now. I don't know what to talk about, but yeah, big up guys, big up chat, big up panel. Hope everyone's well. And listen, it's been a disappointing start to the season, but can only get better, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, that's where you're at, Nige. No, you're not going to answer the question. You're not going to go for it. No.
No, I'll save it till later.
Okay, fair enough. Dave, mate, how you doing? How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Big up panel, big up chat. Make sure I do my due diligence first. Just make sure everyone likes the show. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe.
Thanks, mate.
So, yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's been. I said it earlier backstage. I was like, at where I stood before 2 days ago, this was a 10 out of 10 window, but the two new inductees for me, have dropped it just slightly to a 7.5, maybe an 8. We do not know what we're going to get out of Mudryk, do we? We do not know. He hasn't played for 2 years. And the other guy, Tosin, if we tried for him back in his Fulham days, he turned us down, went to them. Do you know what I mean? A bit underwhelming. But
Got an expectation, Dave, before we get stuck into the bit of a debate?
Yeah, well, same as yours, mate. Minimum Europa League. Has to be minimum Europa League. But I think the board would really want Champions League. With the money they've spent and how much they've invested in the team, I think Champions League minimum, if I've got their head on. Do you know what I mean? And I think there's a lot of pressure on De Zerbi.
Okay, fair enough, mate. Cookie, mate, how you doing? Thank you for joining us as well tonight. I know you've had a busy day.
As always, Dan. As always, evening all. Evening, everyone. Hope everyone's well this evening. Big up to everyone on the panel as well. Where am I at with it? Interesting now. I was sort of pretty much our everyone was really. Good window up until Tonali came in. Then it went quiet for a long time. Then obviously Savio and Marmoush have come in. And then obviously what happened last night, yesterday, stroke this morning, whatever, with Tosin and Mudryk. I'm not over enamoured by Tosin and Mudryk, if I'm being honest, and maybe the reason being for it is that because we've gone on sort of a decent trajectory in buying the players that we bought, yeah, and it just feels like we fell off a cliff at the end. That's just how I feel about it personally. I think, are they first team players? I doubt it very much. There'll be competition for places. And don't forget as well, apparently Archie Gray's injured tonight. So he's out for 4 weeks. So perhaps Tosin can play right back if Porro's not available for any reason.
Well, I don't know what to say about that, to be honest. I don't want to see him in the team, Archie Gray, but it is what it is. Cookie, cheers, mate. And expectations change for you now or not?
Yeah, because I said before the forwards come in, because we was all, doubtful if who was coming, who weren't coming. If they didn't get any forwards mid-table, but it's got to be, they've got to try and get some form of Europe this year. I don't know what the Conference League would do for them money-wise, but even the Europa, it's not a patch on Champions League. Can we get to the Champions League? As we stand at the moment, I doubt it, but who knows, mate? It's got to turn around at some stage. We've got to see, I don't know, a bright spark somewhere. I think I saw a little bit against Newcastle. It was a very, very tiny amount, but it was still better than what it was against Brentford, even though we still got beat. So we'll see how it goes. They've all got to settle down, Dan. How quick it happens, who knows? And that's where the fans' patience comes into it.
Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. And Stel, how are you, mate? Come off, well, it was a business trip, right, weren't it? I think you said business holiday. I don't know.
Yeah.
Tell us, mate. How are you?
I'm shattered, mate. I got on a 6.5 hour flight to Abu Dhabi. Sat in an airport for an hour. Got an hour flight to Qatar. Sat in an airport for 6 hours. Got on a 3.5 hour flight to Cyprus. Got my luggage and drove 2 hours home. I'm absolutely finished. And then I passed out as soon as I got home. I woke up. WhatsApp's gone absolutely mental. I'm like, what's happened at the club now? and then I'm just, Stel, if you can come on. I've moved it to 9:30. I thought, all right, that's 11:30 Cyprus. So that kind of just about worked for me because I woke up and listen, I've got loads to say on this, guys. I've got so much to say, but I'm not going to go into a 10-minute rant off the bat. All I'll say is this. I don't know where we're going to finish this season. I really don't. I have no idea now. But what I will say is this. ENIC 2.0 my arse. And that's it.
Well,
Yeah.
let's go to the chat. Cheers, Stel, coming on, mate. And yeah, I appreciate it. You've had a long old journey. See how you get on, mate. Honestly, you might. I mean, that Mudryk news is enough to make anyone feel sick, isn't it? So, look, mate, see how you get on. I don't even know if it's officially signed yet. Anyone? And I don't know. Is it officially there? I think Nige said the pictures are out. I don't know.
Yeah, he's done his medical and all that, and he's had the pictures done with the Spurs shirts on and all that stuff. So even one with and your thing, Dan, giving it all that. See.
Yeah,
So,
giving it all
we'll
of that.
see.
Yeah, cheeky shush. But
Yeah.
look, let's welcome in the chat quickly, actually. Let's go through the chat. It's a lot of people in here. But smash the like, guys. Big up to our THFC. Big up to Cyril. I'm going to run through this quickly. Any comments and that will come back to. Big up to Lee as well in the chat. A transfer window wise, we're like a gymnastic that does all the quality 12s in the air but lands on their heads in the end. That's a good one, man. Big up to you. We got 21. What's that? Recap in the chat. Big up to you, mate. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Big up to Mark Swift in the chat. I like the intros a bit 80s. Cheers, mate. Big up to Apocalypso. Telling me off earlier, weren't you? In one of my in that stream I done last night, mate. I saw your comment. I might bring it up a bit later. Big up to you, Apocalypse. Hope you're well. Big up to Anton in the chat as well. Who else we got here? Jez is in the chat as well. Big up Jezza. Big up to Russell. Yeah. What's that?
How can someone criticize Spurs channels when their name is Apocalypse Now? That means the end of the world.
Great film.
It was about the Mudryk. He didn't agree with what I said about the Mudryk. I did a late stream last night, middle of the night, because I just
But what I'm trying to say is, if someone criticizes you because they think you've said something negative, their name is the end of the world. That's the most negative thing possible. It can't get any more negative than that. It's the irony. That's all.
The irony in it. Yeah, look, everyone's got their opinions on everything. I mean, I've heard some mad stuff today, honestly, about Mudryk. Unbelievable stuff that people are actually backing it, and I've just, my head's gone. Honestly, I don't get it at all. One little bit. People are very sensitive out there. They don't like players being called shits, and yeah, just a lot of rubbish I've heard today. Big up to Thomas in the chat as well. Big up to Kate as well. Marianne is in the chat as well. Big up to you, Marianne. Chris is in the chat. C to the 4th. Big up to We Are Spurs TV as well. He says, Stel, we need you on the panel of the 2 Mark show this morning. Lots of people were saying people are complaining for no reason, and Tosin and Mudryk are goodbyes.
We'll get into it tonight. Everyone's going to have something to say about it, no doubt.
Big up to Chris and big up to Dio as well. And cheers, Danny, for the raid as well, mate. Appreciate it, mate. You've messaged me. Thank you very much. Big up to Ghost in the chat as well. Just to make sure. I think I've covered everyone. There's still coming in Steve, Baston, Mashing Joe's in the chat, and Dan himself is in the chat as well, mate. Big up, Dan, mate. Appreciate you sending everyone over. You had a good show. Big up to Adam, John Stokes, Bayu, One Spurs King. We are N17. Big up to Hasbur as well, mate. How you doing, Hasbur? John Stokes, Jeff, and I think I'm almost there now. If I've missed anyone, apologies. I will go back in the chat. So look, the tonight's show is going to be kind of broken down in 3 parts. I do want to start off with this conversation about expectations, because now that the window is shut, I mean, I'm not messing about with what I think. I think the club has spent a lot of money. De Zerbi's a good manager. We've got 1 game a week. Yes, I get it, time and all of that, and it's going to take a bit of time to get going. I've had a look at the fixtures. There's some winnable ones ahead, and Spurs have got to get their act together, and it's no messing about. We've got the January window. If there's some problems up until January, they can go and sign players. So really, the aim has really got to be some kind of European football. And like I said at the start of the show, yes, for me, there's positions I would have filled, but the Zerbi and Lange and Vinay, whoever else is making these decisions, they made the decision to sign those players. So there you go, innit? If they haven't covered a right back, that's on them. If they haven't, they know the Maddison issues at number 10. They know, Mamouche is not a typical number 9. And so they know all of this stuff. So at the end of the day, it's on them to get some kind of, they've got to get something this season. Anybody come in, man, just say what you think.
You know, tumbleweeds.
That says it all, Dan, doesn't it? Really. Listen, I was happy with the window, like I say, up until the Tonali thing. When we had the 7-8 week gap, it bothered me. It really bothered me, and I was like, "What's going on here? It's too quiet. Something should be going on." Right? I know we were getting players out as well, all that sort of stuff, but 7 weeks. I know the World Cup was on as well, the end of the World Cup, right? But they've had time to get in what they needed to get in to give De Zerbi a chance. As I keep saying, just give him a first team to play with. Give him something to go out there with so he can mould this team. That's why I wanted him in as early as possible. They were the ones that said they were going to change it. They have done that by bringing in, 10 players is it now? They've brought in 10 players, right? So no one can expect it to go all rosy from the first minute, because I don't think it will. How much patience the fans will have, the dreaded word, patience, who knows, right? But there you go. You brought it up on the screen, Dan. Total in 327, total out 232. Net spend about 95 million quid. We've got plenty of money to spend, Dan, haven't we, still, with an hour to go at the window?
Yeah. When you see it like that, it's mental, right? Net spend only 95 was that?
95 million.
95 million.
Yep.
Well, anybody want to come in with that? Are you surprised it's that? Are you...
I don't think anyone's surprised.
I think that's all right. You look at it, right, and we've got a lot of the players out that we wanted to get out, right? We've been very much saying for years and years as Spurs fans, Spurs need to be ruthless, get the players out. We're fed up of letting players go when they're worth nothing. So we've let players go at the right price. Well, some of them at the right price, some of them maybe a bit lower. And for the most part, I think the window's been decent. For me, it's failed in the last 2 days, and this was typically Spurs, right? We've left it too late to get Savio and Marmoush in. Then we've gone for Gakpo, failed with that, gone for Ndai, failed with that. And now we're scrabbling around for whatever's left. And, it's, for me, a lot like Dave said, it's gone from an 8 or 9 out of 10 window to a 7 out of 10 window, just because the last couple of days we failed. But still, as you said earlier, I'd expect to finish in the European place with the money we've spent, with the players we brought in. Because how often, right, as Spurs fans, do we sign 7 or 8 players and maybe only one of them get in the first team, maybe 2, and the rest are squad players or youngsters? This season, we've signed 10. I'd say 6 of them walk straight into the first team. So that's an improvement straight away. Whether it's going to take time to click or not is another story. My only concern is, where are the goals coming from? Because we signed we signed forwards in Savio and Marmoush, but they're not, their GA isn't brilliant. To look at their stats, it's not great. Marmoush did well at Frankfurt, but in the Premier League, he hasn't yet. So that's my concern, is where the goal's coming from still.
Yep, fair enough, Nige. I mean, look, it's got to be a collective effort, isn't it, in that forward line? And so we're going to be relying on Kudos, Savinho, unfortunately Solanke. But Charleston's still here at the club, guys. What's going on with him? Has he got a late move or not?
It's still technically 58 minutes to go, so we'll see. But like I said, with it, I wouldn't give him a squad number just out of principle.
I get that, Dave, and I get that. But at the end of the day, Solanke will get injured. You need someone on the bench, right? Who else is there? I mean, we've got to have some squad players. None of us want him at the club anymore. It's all gone tits up, didn't it? I don't know what it was. It seemed some kind of personal terms with Everton. He couldn't agree. He wanted it. He wanted it on his terms. He didn't like the terms what was proposed to him with this move, and that's why that Ndai thing fell through, and it fucked it up. Gakpo went to. He wasn't going to go from Liverpool. Man City quickly jumped, went to Ndai and done it, and that was it. Deal was dead.
Yeah, I think now the window's over, pretty much over, and I can probably look at it. I can honestly say now, and I can only say it now because the window's ended. This window's an absolute mess. For me, it's an absolute mess. I think we've thrown a shitload of money at something. We've got excited by the money spent, and we've lost the context of what we've done here. I think we've... Good luck to De Zerbi. If he pulls this off, he's an unbelievable manager. If not, it's on him and it's on Enoch. Because this is what I see. We've signed a left back who can't defend anymore. He's nowhere near the levels of a defender he was 2 years ago. If you look at all the data the last 2 years, I did a video on this before we signed him and everyone got excited. I said, guys, he might be good going forward. Defensively, he's very, very suspect. And you saw it for the first goal against Newcastle, lost his man. We've got 2 centre-backs we've signed who haven't got pace. So we're playing this semi-high line, one ball over the top or diagonally across the pitch. They can't recover. How are we going to play De Zerbi ball with slow centre-halves? Only Van der Ven can recover. Maybe Udogie if he's fit. Then you look at the right-back position. We don't have a backup. We don't have competition for Porro. So you sell Spence, but you don't bring in a replacement. So now you've got Archie Gray playing there, who's a disaster. So you look at that and you think, have we actually fixed the defence? The answer is no, which is why we've conceded 5. We've conceded 5, but be patient, give it time, blah, 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 blah. We don't look good defensively, in my opinion. And that's the thing we fix first. Going to look at the midfield. To not sign a number 10 is diabolical. It's absolutely outrageous. We have no creativity. What a surprise, we've scored no goals. We don't create enough. We needed a 10 badly. Simmons is out till next season. Maddison's on and off. Who's going to play in the 10? Gallagher. He's a mess. Can't play in the 10. You spend all this money on Fernandes and Tonali to play in the 6 and the 8. They never play in those positions. One's always got to be pulled out of position to compensate for the fact we haven't got a 10. Then look at the front line. Could have got Krupi early. We davered, blah, blah, blah. He gets injured, right, we can't sign him. Then we go for Gakpo. We spend about 4 weeks on that. That falls through. Panic. What do we do? And die? Because it's a panic. Of course there's going to be problems. We've ended up with Mudryk. Guys, he hasn't played football for 2 years. He's a cokehead. What are we doing? But because he's played under De Zerbi, everyone's like, well, come on, look, he played under De Zerbi. De Zerbi knows what he's doing. So why didn't we sign him earlier on then? If De Zerbi really wanted him, why have we waited until the last day to sign him? If this is what De Zerbi wanted. Come on, people. This is a panic of the highest level. Tosin, my dad's Chelsea, right? For all my sins, my father's a Chelsea man, right? Thank God I didn't support them. Maybe I should have. Would have had a happier life. But he's laughing his head off at me that we've signed Tosin. You speak to any Chelsea fan, he's horrendous. He's like their 9th choice centre-back. He's terrible. He's so bad. And we brought him in to play for Spurs as a 4th choice. You know he's going to play, right? You know he's going to get minutes, just like people said Ben Davies isn't going to get minutes. Well, this guy's going to get minutes as well. So I look at that and I think, what the fuck are we thinking signing Tosin? Give Malachi Hardy a chance. Give one of the academy kids a chance instead. We've kept Tell, disaster. We've kept Gray, disaster. We've kept Bergvall, could have got 50 million for him. People are saying, oh, when Kulu comes back. Sorry, if Mudryk hasn't played football for 2 years and we're going to criticise him, Kulu hasn't played football for 2 years, all right? I don't think Kulu's going to be a shadow of the player he once was. I think his legs completely gone. So I look at it and I think, it's a mess. What have we actually done? I'm excited by Savio. I genuinely am excited by him. Mamouche isn't a number 9. I said it when we signed him. I was one of the only people that said it. I got called out for that as well. I'm telling you, he's not a 9. He's a hybrid 9-10. The only hope is Kudus comes back. He hits the ground running at some point because the last game he looked knackered. He doesn't look hot. You know, he's going to need time. And we get a front three of Kudus, Mamouche and Savio, and they click. And there's some chemistry there, and we find some success from that. Because otherwise, I don't see where it's coming from up front. So if they can all stay fit, there's a chance. Richie's going to be a problem. He's stunk out the club with his Instagram messages and his tweets. He's now a toxic player that we've kept here. Get Romero out. He's toxic. He doesn't want to be here. But what the hell's Richie? Richie is now our new Romero. He's going to be stinking out the training. Mate, they've got to force him out. You can't have that negative energy in the club. They tried to get rid of him for a reason. Now he's going to stay here. It's a problem. I just don't understand why we sold Lancashire now. If we're going to end up with Mudryk, why the hell did we sell Lancashire? The boy's doing well in the Championship. Fair play, it's a Championship. But Solanke and Richie, we might as well have given Lancashire a chance. And as I predicted, and as I predict every single season, none of these kids at Tottenham are going to get a chance. No Williams Barnett, no Moore, no Lancashire, no Tyrese Hall. None of these kids are going to get a chance, and you're seeing it now again. Shut down the academy. It's a waste of space. We'd rather sign Mudryches and Tosins and Keith Tells and Grays, all this shit, than give one of our academy kids a chance. Look, I'm not writing off the season. I'm not trying to be all doom and gloom. I'm just being brutally honest. I don't know what we've just done. I think we've just thrown a lot of money at something and hoping it sticks. Maybe it will, guys. Maybe we will challenge for top 4. Maybe we will get top 6. Maybe we'll be mid-table. Maybe we'll be 17th again, ole. I genuinely don't know because I can't make sense of what we've done. When I look at it, I'm trying to picture players in positions, who the competition is for that position, and I don't know what we've done, guys. And I think the first 2 games has kind of shown a little bit of that. It looks confused, but we do have to give it time and see where it goes. So this is why I'm not De Zerbi out, but I am asking questions of Enoch, what have you just done here? And I do have questions of some of De Zerbi's decisions because it worries me. And I don't want to do this again. I can't do another season like this, guys. I can't. I'm going to lose my fucking mind if we do this again. I think every Spurs fan is, to be fair. I don't know what to make of this transfer window. It looks very messy to me, guys. Sorry, Dan. I had a lot to say there.
No, it's fine. You've been away, mate. You've been away. I haven't heard from you. So, yeah, you've got to get a lot off your chest. And it sounds to me that you ain't got a bloody clue what's going to happen.
I'm 50-50 with it. I don't know where I'm with it.
You don't think Europe then is a must for the amount of money spent? And basically, it's a brand new team, really, isn't it? 7 or 8 new starters.
Yeah, but it's also messy though. We've let players go without bringing in cover for them. So now I actually feel we're weaker in positions than last season. In certain positions, I feel we're weaker. And like I said, the defense to me looks really shaky. They don't have the recovery pace for. How many times have you seen against Brentford and Newcastle, one ball over the top or one diagonal switch? We look at 6s and 7s. No one knows what to do. Kinski's going to get the brunt of it. He's going to get most of the blame for this, which I think is a bit unfair, but it is what it is. Midfield, without a 10 at the club, how do we create? We don't have a 10 at the club that's fit. We didn't address it. And we still haven't got a striker. We've gone into a new season without a proper number 9. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Do you rate De Zerbi? Do you think he's a good manager?
I do rate him, yes.
Do you rate the signings that we've made, majority of them? Do you think they're good players that, if you look at other teams across the Premier League, not the top sides, but teams that, maybe obviously the squads have worked together longer, the manager's been there longer, but they probably hasn't got the same amount of talent as we've got. Doesn't that give you any hope that, after a little bit of time, De Zerbi gets everything working up to scratch, players get used to each other, etc., and it's going to take some time. Isn't there the chance that, in the new year that it could come together and we could make a push?
Look, in no world are you going to convince me a manager that continues to play Tell, Gray, Bergvall, Ben Davies is going to ever convince me, no matter what I think of him. If Mourinho did the same, I'd call him out. If Pep did it, I'd call him out. Tell is shit. I've been saying it for 2 years. Now everyone's beginning to question Tell. He's absolute gash. Should not be at this club. Gray, 40 million down the toilet. He doesn't even know what his best position is. We don't know what his best position is. He's probably more confused than us as to what he's doing on the pitch because he doesn't know what his position is. He just every week something a bit different. Bergvall could have got 50 million for him.
They'll be out the side. Savinho will be in. Mamouche will be in. Kudos will be in.
Yeah, but Dan, the problem is when you get injuries, when there's tiredness, when there's muscle fatigue. That's a new one, isn't it, this year? Muscle fatigue. Look what comes in. That's going to be the problem. I just feel that until we completely get rid of Solanke, Richie, Tell, Gray, Bergvall, all of this, just clear it all out, it will never, ever, ever be what we want. But the problem now is you've brought in Tosin. You've got rid of Danzo, who I said technically can't play this football. No matter what people think of Danzo as an out-and-out defender, he cannot play out from the back. So you get rid of him and you bring in Tosin. Like, what the fuck are we thinking? Give Malachi Hardy a chance. He's been trained for 7 years to play the Zerbi ball because that's what Spurs Academy does. They play out from the back. Give him a crack as the fourth choice. You know, you signed Mudryk. We might as well have kept Mikey Moore.
Look, still.
We might as well have kept Mikey Moore, guys. Why have we got...
I agree. 100%. 100% still. I agree. But this is not our problem. This is their problem, the club's problem. They decided to spend all this money on these players. Now they've got to bloody make it work, in my opinion. It's not, can't mess about here, right?
Yeah,
400 up to 400 million pounds. The club, the De Zerbi, he sat down with these guys. They've got to get something this season. They've got to be some kind of target. We can't just have a season where we're not going anywhere. It's just not good enough.
The point I'm making here is, if you're going to clear out crap, don't bring more crap in, because this is what's cost. Every year, there's always got to be a Danjuma, a Roden, a Mwani, a Timo Werner. Right, but what I'm saying is, every year at Tottenham, we always do this, right? The Danjumas, the Rodens, the Mwani. We always do this. Why have we gone and done it again? Why did we go and do that again? It's little things like that that says to me nothing's changed. Stop doing that. The window was looking decent, right? It was looking decent. And then you go and do that, which now puts a damper on it, and it's weakened us. These two signings, in my view, has weakened Tottenham, not improved us. I hope I have humble pie to eat and Mudryk becomes brilliant, but everyone's been laughing at Mudryk for 2 seasons. The whole world's been laughing at Mudryk, and now we've got fans saying, I'm going to wait and see what Mudryk does. I'm going to wait and see what... Oh, come on. If De Zerbi wanted him, Mudryk, because it's his best mate, could have got him months ago. This is a panic signing because we couldn't get Ndiaye because we fucked up the Gakpo deal. That's the reality. That's why Mudryk is here. If we signed Ndiaye, would Mudryk be at Tottenham, guys? Nope. Nope. But...
It doesn't make sense.
Listen, someone else speak, guys, because I can go on for another half an hour.
Jules in the chat.
I am going to give it time, though.
Thanks for
I am going to give it time. Sorry, Dave.
Yeah, of course. We will. But still, just before we go to Dave, I mean, look, you just ripped it apart there. Absolutely ripped it apart. And I get it. I agree with a lot of what you said. But again, there can't be excuses from the club. They can't. They chose to buy these players in. They chose to neglect certain areas. De Zerbi, they're all of them. They sat down there. We can see it. Maybe they can't. I don't know. Maybe they've got a plan. You know, what I'm hearing today, there's no plan. There was never a plan. Or the plan failed and it didn't work out completely. You're hearing all sorts of opinions across YouTube, social media, and different fans saying different things. So, look, let's go to Dave. A big up to Deco in the chat for your Jules, 100 Jules. Cheeky, thank you very much, mate. And Dave, over to you, buddy.
Yeah, I've just been sitting there reading over X all day and keeping up to date with all, and I'm still trying to wrap my pea-sized brain round is how have we gone and done a loan deal for Mudryk with an option of, may I add, £75 million. How they've managed to negotiate that one with us is even more of a joke. But what's his name? Palace and Sunderland are having it out for about £30 million for Malik Fofana. Make that one make sense.
There you go.
Make that make sense. Why couldn't we just go in there, bang, done? Do you know what I mean? They like Stel said, they panicked. They just become fish out of water.
Dave, because he's a foreign player. We've gone down this Premier League only, backed ourselves into the corner.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, true. But Premier League player, what's Mudryk done in the Premier League to say he's Premier League proven? He's been banned. He's had one season he had one season at Chelsea, done naff all for him, then gets banned for 2 seasons. And is that the caliber of player we're going for now? What was he actually banned? What was it steroid, some sort of steroid abuse to help his oxygen levels or something like
cocaine?
Melanonium, Dave.
Melanonium, yeah, that's the one.
Melanonium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? Do you know, just when you think we can't be much more of a laughing stock, they pour a rabbit out the hat, don't they? And go and just like, ta-da! Oh, we've just got Mudryk. I'm shocked. I'm disappointed. It's completely, in my opinion, it's completely undone all the hard work they have put into the window, and I don't know. It's just like I said, we've gone from a 10 out of 10 window to a 7. Do you know what I mean? Just because we don't know what this lad's going to do. We don't know. But I can tell you one thing: I can't see him moving needles. I just got no faith in him whatsoever. It's just my opinion from what I've seen of him. Do you know what I mean? If someone put in the chat earlier that he's 25 now, Mudryk, isn't he? He's 25. He's got 22 career goals or something as a winger, and playing a large chunk of that in the Ukrainian league. It's very flattering to deceive there. I'm not his biggest fan. We could have gone in for Fofana, because it's not all about Premier League proven, because we've signed all Premier League proven. Where's that got us so far? Do you know what I mean? 2 defeats, 5 goals conceded, 0 goals scored. Probably going to happen again on the weekend as well, because we don't do very well at Forest. Don't mean to sound so negative, boys, but this team.
Stell's fault. It's Stell's fault that was. You've jumped on Stell's.
You're rubbing off on me, Stell. No, I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it.
Dave, listen, Dave. You know those 2 crap signings coming at the end of the window. You're right. Everyone's right. They're nowhere near good enough. It's panic buys. It's just desperation. It's shocking. And again, but this is on the club. It's on De Zerbi. De Zerbi said he wanted this bloke. So yeah, we'll make it work. And if it doesn't work, and if he fluffs his lines and doesn't score or assist, mate, then you're going to be called out. And that comes with all the signings that we've made, right? If they don't quite hit and they struggle, and the whole system doesn't work or whatever. This, De Zerbi, I mean, I've never known a manager at Spurs to have this a lot of signings in one window. And most of them are, well, all of them are kind of Prem proven. I mean, Mudryk is, even though he's played in the Premier League, is useless. So I wouldn't even call him Prem proven. But look, guys, honestly, Cookie Nige, do you want to come in here about the old Mudryk and tossing, and has it, really, really upset you? And maybe you were quite positive going into the season. You had some expectation, but because of those 2 signings, you're like, well, too many holes going into the season.
Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah. Right back, obviously, we've got a problem because Archie Gray's injured now, apparently. So if Pedro breaks down, what are we doing then? Just asking. Up front, Marmouche, he's going to be playing number 9. He's not a number 9. He plays off the left. Right? His best position is off the left. If he can score goals at number 9, great. Yeah, if he can do the job at number 9, that's great. Right? I'm still worried about a 10. At the end of the day, I didn't expect him to buy one because we've got 3 or 4 of them. Right? So whether you can sit here and say, well, if we was a big club, we'd have gone and bought a number 10. Right? But at the same time, you look at it from their point of view, they're not going to buy one because they know they've got one that's close. They know they've got ones coming back in February, January, whenever. Right? We know that because when we desperately needed people in January, they never bought anyone apart from Gallagher and a kid. Right? So, look, there's a lot to do, Dan, and unfortunately, there's been so much to do, where it's gone downhill for so long. Everyone is right. You can't do everything because there is so much to do. Right? Am I enamoured by Tosin and Mudryk? Not particularly. That's just me, though. That's just my opinion. No, I'm not. Right? But will they play much? Probably not. right? But it's just took the edge off the window for me a bit. That's all. You know, the window pretty much has been spot on. They've spent money. They've got players out that they don't want. They got rid of Romero, rid of Jed Spence because they were the problem causers in the dressing room. Right, but there's more that have still got to go out. And like I've said a zillion times on these shows, that part of it will take a bit of time. Things like Richie today, right? Richie to me now is saying, well, everyone else is making decisions for me and they're not going to anymore. I'm going to make my own decision. Right, and as far as he's concerned, he's not happy with whatever, if Everton are offering him on his pay structure or whatever it is, he ain't going to go, is he? So whether then that brings you to the point later on of, do you give him a squad number, is a different story.
They have to, Cookie, haven't they? They have to give him a squad number.
I would have thought
we've got no one else. We've got no one else. Who's coming? If Solanke's injured, Mamouche get injured, who's playing? He's got to. I know. He's got to sit down with Richie, have a conversation with him, and clear the air and say, "Look, we've got to get on with it. We pay you. Your Spurs are paying you. You've got to get on with it and play." You know, they've got to draw the line, and it's a mess. Before bringing Danny, big up Danny, by the way, mate. I hope you're good.
Yeah.
I want to go to Nige because what I'm hearing more recently, as the window was coming to a close, was that Spurs should have signed other players in other positions, which was more priority than the ones that actually signed. What's your take on that, mate?
I think it's one of those, isn't it? It's the personal fan's choice, right? Because there was a lot to do. We literally have to rebuild this whole squad because most of us have seen over the last 2 years, this team is shit. We finished 17th for a reason twice, right? So most of us wouldn't care if the whole team left. So there was a lot to do. And it wouldn't have mattered who we brought in. There always would have been a gap that we're like, that wasn't filled. Problem is for me that we made work for ourselves by selling a right back and not replacing him. So then suddenly now we're short at right back than we were. As for Mudryk and Tosin, for me, I probably would have rather us do nothing personally. I'd be up for bringing through a Hardy for a season. He's probably not going to get too much game time, and the experience on the bench will probably do him the world of good. Instead, we've got a player who never plays for Chelsea. He can cover it right back. I guess that's a bonus. And Mudryk hasn't played for 2 years. We don't know what we're going to get from him. Again, I don't know whether he's going to get much game time. I see Tell probably starting more than he does. So I probably would have rather done nothing. Again, I would have been disappointed, but it is what it is. Let's see what they do. That's all we can do, isn't it?
Danny, it's official, mate. This bloke, he's here. There's a comment in the chat. It's official.
Yep.
Is he going to be quieting a few people throughout the season, Danny?
I don't know, Dan, to be honest. Like, for me, I wasn't really on board with Mudryk coming in. Like, I'm someone who didn't really want him to come in or Tosin to come in. But what I would say is that, unfortunately, he is here now. So we've got to look at what he can provide us. It's a funny one, Mudryk, because, like, for example, Mudryk was actually the one of the first names that De Zerbi wanted to bring to Spurs, right, in this summer. It was actually the Spurs scouting team who recommended to bring in Ndai or Gakpo, right? They're the ones who, because they looked at the data in terms of what the data suggests, right? He wanted Mudryk, right? They then he agreed on Gakpo.
How do you know this, Danny? How do you know this? This is just mad.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, backstage.
Okay.
But essentially, they agreed to it. So the club.
Danny, you're waffling. This is waffle.
I'm not. I'm being serious. This is exactly what happens.
So you mentioned this now at the end of the window, and at no stage over the last 3 months that De Zerbi wanted Mudryk.
De Zerbi wanted Mudryk.
I've never heard that.
It's been in the reports that we were linked with Mudryk at the beginning of the window.
Really?
Haven't you? How can you not see it? It was in the. You see, there's links for Mudryk at the beginning of this window.
No.
It was very, very quiet. It was very quiet. But it's seriously, what happened was and I found out some more stuff today. Yeah, so basically, the club suggested Gakpo and Ndiaye. He obviously likes those players. Who doesn't like those players? They provide you what you want, right? When you look at the data, they didn't get those players, and they tried to, so they went for his third option, right? De Zerbi is extremely happy.
Sorry, Danny, I can't listen to this shit. So let me get this right. De Zerbi wanted Mudryk, but the club said no. We want these players, so therefore De Zerbi's not being backed. The club are saying no, we're not doing what you want. We're going to do what we think.
Stop being so black and white with it, right? Because that's not how it works, right? That's not how life works.
No, I'm keeping it simple. Keeping it simple.
You're not, because that's not how life works, Stel. That is just not.
You back the manager or you don't. If the manager wanted,
they all
Mudryk,
agree.
Why they said no? We'd rather get Gakpo then.
Why do you think, Stel? Why do you think Tottenham?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
I'm asking you this question now. Why do you think Tottenham Hotspur?
Could you answer my question first, and then I'll answer your one?
Well, I'm answering it with another question, right?
I'm not here to do politics. Just answer the question and ask your one. I don't want to do politics.
I'm going to answer it for you. I'm answering it with another question, right? Okay. Why do you think De Zerbi and the club all agreed to Cody Gakpo and Ndiaye as the main targets, right? As the number 1 and number 2 choice. Why do you think that was the case?
Okay, that's not what I asked you. I asked you if the manager wanted Mudryk, and there are sources that you have found that say the manager wanted Mudryk. Why did we not go for him then when the manager wanted him? If we're back in the manager.
I'm trying to ask you. I'm trying to get you to say it. But you're not. You don't want to say it.
No, right? I want you to say it. I'm asking you the question, Danny.
Stel, isn't it obvious?
No, can you answer it and explain it to me? Yes, make it obvious to me.
Right. They all agreed on Gakpo and Ndiaye because in the last 2 years, Stel, statistically, they have done pretty well in terms of output. Is that not too hard to understand?
It is when the manager, as you said, wanted Mudryk.
Right. Stel, you could like a million players, right? Just because you didn't mention one person's name doesn't mean you don't like the player, does it?
So what you're saying to me then is,
so you're basically you're trying to say
the manager wanted Mudryk.
What you're trying to insinuate, no, Stel, what you're doing here, right, is you're making it black and white. What you're literally doing is
keeping it simple.
No, you're not keeping it simple. You're keeping it unrealistic. You're keeping it fucking unrealistic to suit your argument and your narrative. So don't do it.
What are you talking about?
Danny,
what are you talking about?
Because Stel, that's not how life works, mate.
Don't listen. I don't need an education on life. I'm 47 years old. Thank you very much. I've lived a pretty life of where I've had experiences. I'm asking you a simple question about football. You've come on the show tonight and you've said De Zerbi wanted Mudryk. He wanted him right at the start. So my question is simple. Danny, I'm not here to break your balls. I'm asking a simple question from my education on a subject I don't know about. Because I've never heard that De Zerbi wanted Mudryk until you just came on. So I'm just asking.
Have a look.
If the manager... Okay, but I'm asking you because it's the first time I've heard this. If the manager wanted Mudryk, why did we not go for him then? Until now.
Because Ndiaye and Gakpo are better options statistically, their age, right, and what they can offer us. Proven. They are proven, right? Gakpo has got a lot of good numbers in the last couple of years in the Premier League. Ndiaye has scored 9 goals in the last year and 6 goals last year with 3 assists, right? He got 9 GA in the Premier League and he got 11 the year before, right?
I get it.
So he has got GA.
Right, can I
whereas Hold on. Let me just finish your point. Let me finish the point, right?
Yeah, finish.
It's obvious why the club would prefer to go for those 2 players, right? Than Mudryk, because Mudryk hasn't played for 2 years, right? He hasn't played for 2 years, so that's why. But because De Zerbi has worked with him before, he knows, he trusts him, right? He knows what he can offer him. That's what he believes. He believes that he can get the best out of him, right? So they all agreed that Gakpo, they all liked Gakpo. De Zerbi really likes Gakpo a lot, right? So he really wanted Gakpo. When they couldn't be done because we got little broed by the bigger clubs, right? he's the next option. He was the next option, and he was available to get. So they did the deal quickly because they could do it quickly. That's why they got Mudryk in. But De Zerbi is not unhappy with it still. He's very happy because he really liked Mudryk and he wanted to work with him again.
Okay, so
how is that so hard to believe?
I never said I don't believe it. I'm asking the
Yeah,
question.
but it's the way you word it still. You're so black and white with it. This doesn't work. Transfers are not black and white.
I'm keeping it simple, Danny. I'm keeping it simple. You're using this black and white thing to try and make it complicated.
No, because the way you were saying it, there was like, because De Zerbi. This is how you point your argument, right? Because De Zerbi's. If I say to you what I've just told you,
I'm not arguing.
No, if I'm telling you what I just told you, right? Yeah. The way you look at it is if, okay, so now De Zerbi's a yes man because they didn't get what he wanted.
No, because I think what you're saying is bullshit. No, because I think what you're saying is bullshit.
No, in my opinion, it's bullshit. Yeah, that's
correct. My opinion is that what you said is bullshit because
negative when it comes to Spurs.
See, now you're using the negative thing, which is what all the happy clubs do to try and win the argument.
What we've done in the window.
So therefore, if I have a different opinion to you, let's just label it as negative because that's how we're going to try and win a debate.
No,
great.
Because you're not being honest, Stel. You're not being balanced.
I'm saying what
your views are so unbalanced. It's unbiased.
Okay. Call me whatever you want. Unbiased, dishonest, negative, whatever label you want. I'm used to it. Fine.
Guys, Danny,
all I'm asking is this, right? Danny can say what he wants. We're mates. We chat every day on. I call him up about.
With the phone.
Yeah. He's just in denial. I'm just gonna. I'll get him. I'll get him in the end. Don't worry. So, all I'm trying to say is, if the manager really wanted to work with Mudryk, surely the board, Vinay, Lange, and whoever says, do you know what? We brought you in, the manager, to do a job at this club because we've been a mess for 6 years. And you are the answer to our prayers. This is the ENIC 2.0 project. If you really want to work with Mudryk, we're going to give you Mudryk. We're not going to tell you that Gakpo's better or that Ndai's better. We're going to give you what you want. But instead, you're saying to me, De Zerbi said, well, actually, forget what I really want. Let's do what you want instead, because actually the data proves that your idea is better. And this goes back to what Nigel said. The way I see it is this. I don't think De Zerbi really wanted Mudryk. I think that's absolute bollocks. Because if he really wanted him, we would have got him for him because we got him Tonali.
It's the list of
what's happened is, hold on, Danny, hold on 1 second. This is just my view. What's happened is Gakpo 100% made more sense. 100%. And De Zerbi knew it too, which is what you said. But because we fucked that up, we then went panic mode. Right, Ndai, swap deal, Richarlison. We can do it in the last minute. No, we can't. You know this is going to be a mess because Richarlison's involved in the deal. When that completely went tits up, we fucked it. We didn't properly fix the attack, which is what we should have done first, not the defense. And I agree with Nigel. We're better off not signing Mudryk or Tosin and just waiting and fixing it later. What we've done now, in my opinion, is we've brought in a player that hasn't played football for 2 years, that isn't going to be what everyone hopes he's going to be, this really good player, blah, 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 De Zerbi's work with him. Tosin's a disgrace of a signing. I think we were better off not signing either of them. Honestly, we're better off without them there. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't believe for 1 second, though, Danny, the manager really wanted Mudryk because I reckon we would have got
First of all, I didn't say really did I still? I said he likes Mudryk and he's worked with him before, right?
All right.
When a manager goes in, when a manager comes into a football club still, or in any football club, in any line of work, right? You have a team of people you speak with. If you're on even in my line of work, right? I have a team. When we're doing a project and we're building something, we all have to get different ideas from different people, right? You come together and then you make an agreement on how you're going to do something, right? That's exactly what happens in transfers still. It's exactly the same thing. They all have their own ideas. They put a list together. Then they decide who's the best target to go for, who's the most realistic, and then who's plan A, B, and C, right? That's how it works, right? That's exactly what they did. They went for
but
Gakpo,
the drop off from Gakpo to Mudryk is massive, Danny. Though,
right?
That's not a plan A, B, or C. That's plan A.
Hold on.
We've gone to Z.
Right. Let me finish the point. Right?
At least Ndai was a decent backup to Gakpo. No Spurs fan was complaining when we linked to Ndai. You know what? We ain't got Gakpo, but yeah, Ndai, go on then. Mudryk.
Just because we didn't get them does not mean Tottenham didn't try to get them, right? Man City couldn't even get Gakpo, right? So let's not do this. Let's not do this with we didn't get Gakpo or we didn't get Ndai.
I don't have an issue we didn't get Gakpo. Right, Danny, I haven't got an issue we never got Gakpo. My issue is we've gone from there to there again.
Stel, can I just finish the point?
We've gone from Skriniar to Rodin again. We've done that again.
Can I finish the point?
Yeah, but don't say things that I haven't said though.
Right, let me finish the point, right?
Right.
Gakpo was the number one target. Okay, they couldn't get him. Man City went for him, and then he was going to go to Man City. He chose Man City. Okay.
Yeah.
Then Liverpool said they're not going to sell him because they couldn't. They couldn't get their replacement. So then we went for Nige, right? But as soon as that happened, Man City went for him because that was their next option, right? It was always going to happen. And when Man City went for him, they got him. But of course, the next option was, who is it that De Zerbi really liked? It was Mudryk, and he was, but still, that's your opinion. That's our opinions.
Right? We did this with Tel Moani. We did this with Tel Moani. We're doing it again.
Let me finish. Right? He. Look, we might not agree with the signing of Mudryk, right? But at the end of the day, the manager wanted him to come in. If they couldn't get option A and B, he wanted the option C, which was Mudryk, right? He's very happy that we've got him. So whatever you want to say, right? What the club have done this summer is done the one thing that you and me and
is
so
De
many
Zerbi happy that we got
people,
Tosin as well.
Hold on. But De Zerbi worked with Tosin before, right?
Oh, fuck me. Every Chelsea fan hates him. They fucking hate him.
Yeah, I know still. I don't disagree. But what I'm saying is every single Spurs fan for fucking 10 years, or since I've been on YouTube for the last 7 years, have been saying, back the manager, back the manager. No one backs the manager. And the one fucking window they do that, fans are still fucking moaning, right? So what I cannot understand is that they've actually backed the manager with what he wants. So if it all goes tits up, it's nothing to do with what the board have done. It's to do with what the manager's done. Because let's face it, if you don't forget, right, we finished 17th twice in a row. And like, I can't remember who said it earlier on today, but we would be happy. I think it was you, Nige, that we would be happy to see the whole fucking squad go, right? No one gives a shit if all of the squad went. And I think De Zerbi is the same opinion. But the problem is, though, you cannot get rid of 25 players in one window, right?
What managers ever come out and criticise the board on their transfers? What manager ever comes out Spurs other than Conte?
What we have done this window, by the standard that we've been used to, is above average. It's above normal, right? In the Tottenham sphere, right? We have never gone into a window, and I never would have thought we would have signed Tonali, Fernandes, Marmoush, Savio, and all the other players that we've signed, right? Like Nige said, we've got 6 or 7 players that walk straight into that first team. I just looked at the squad list from last year, and last year was even more disgusting, right? Not to say that we still need more, because we do, but this is I don't think
we're defensively better, Danny.
Good start. I don't understand how you can't be happy with this.
Still, Danny, I just want you to answer the question like I've asked everybody tonight. Yeah, what are you laying the marker down now for this season, mate? Have you got an expectation? And then you can tell us why you think that.
Well, my expectation for the season, I think European football, top 7 has to be. If we don't get top 7, then De Zerbi's done a bad job, in my opinion. I think that it's the bare minimum he has to achieve this season. There's no excuses from De Zerbi. There's no excuses about, even though we understand that players need to take time to gel, and we've got a whole new, nearly a brand new first 11, right? We've got a lot of new players, etc., etc. Even still, it only takes a little run, and you can change the table completely in the Premier League, right? We could towards the end of the season, if we go and win 7 games in a row, that will completely change your season, like completely, because the points that you accumulate from something like that, a little mini run, can change everything, especially with given by the facts of what happened last season, where the Premier League table between 5th and 16th was not a lot of points.
Yeah,
like 8 point
I
gap.
get you. Yeah.
So it's very, very tight. So for me, top 7 is an absolute minimum for me.
Okay, so leading on from that, right? Okay, because I'm sure everybody on the panel in the chat thinks there's holes. You know, even with this fantastic transfer window, there's still some holes. And how's that going to impact the team throughout the season? So I think a good place to start, really, where everyone can jump in and get involved is, so this is the actual finalised squad, I think. Apologies if it's a couple of mistakes there, but I think that's a pretty up to date there. We've got the new signings in there. Where is it? Yeah, Mudryk's in there, Tosin's in there. Look, anybody can come in here. Let's start off with the strengths, because we've done a lot of kind of moaning and criticizing so far in this show. So let's actually look and say where we're actually good at, with this squad going into this season? Where would we say, okay, we got covered there, plenty of strength in depth, plenty of quality. Let's start with that. Let's start with Nige, mate, and then we'll go around the room. Nige, what you're saying here, looking at the squad, areas you're happy with?
For me, definitely midfield. I think the signing of Tonali and Fernandez, I still think they're our best two signings, easy. I do think we're pretty strong in midfield. Yes, number 10 is an issue, but you can see by the list there, we this is the problem. This is why we haven't bought a 10, right? Because we have 3 or 4 that are injured. And as much as we'd love a number 10, we were never gonna go out and buy one. But I do think midfield we are strong. I do think Fernandez could play in 10 if need be. He's not your Maddison creator, but he is a very powerful player, and he did it at Southampton pretty well. So yeah, for me, midfield, and I actually think we're better now on the wings than we've ever been. With Savio, I do think Marmoush will probably end up playing off the left. But yeah, I'm still really concerned about the striker, and the fullback area is a big concern of mine.
Fair enough. Cheers, mate. Dave, there, anything there you're happy with? At the end of the day, you might as well just talk about what you're not happy with as well. Otherwise, we'll be here all day. So just tell us your thoughts, mate.
Just looking at it now, I still think we still haven't replaced Son. Do you know what I mean? I don't think Tel or Mudryk are at the level we need them at. Obviously,
Savio can play. Savio, so he can play on the left as well.
He can play. But I've just got this feeling he's just going to use him on the right. But when we've got a fully fit Kudus back, then Savino will move to the left. That's the dream world that I'm hoping for. But like you say, the attacking midfield area, like, do you know what I mean? Like Maddison, Bergvall, don't cut it for me. Kulusevski, he's not going to be right till at least probably, they reckon he could be back within the next 3-4 weeks. But then he's going to need another couple of months at least to get fully match fit and up to speed with the Premier League. Gallagher, don't cut it there for me. Only in certain games when we're trying to do high pressing. Maddison's in and out of the team. We all know that, as class as he is. I'm going to say something a bit controversial. I don't know if any of you agree with me. I want to ask you all a question about it, actually. Right.
Go for it, Dave.
We've brought in Van Hecker. Right. Is he overall a better defender than Christian Romero? Defender. I mean, not talking about ball playing and playing the ball out of the box and stuff like that. We all know he's better than that. He's better. But an overall defender, winning headers, ground duels, is he better than Romero? Do you guys think he is?
And can I throw a little curveball into that question?
Yeah, go on.
Right.
Do
it. So when you play possession-based football, your first rule of defending is to keep the ball. Right? The other team, if they haven't got it, they can't score. And so therefore, keeping the ball is the priority form of defending. So from that sense, you could argue, yes, he is. But from a traditional defensive perspective, heading, tackling, shot blocking, there's an argument to say, well, Romero might be a bit better, you know? So I get your question, but this comes down to, do players fit systems? And our system, I don't know if Romero is better than Van Hecker or not, because Romero, for me, I think actually suits the De Zerbi system. But as an out-and-out defender, Van Heck's less rash, less likely to lose his head, and more focused on the tackles.
Yeah.
So I'd say maybe Van Heck's better at what you said.
Availability still as well. Availability.
Yeah, but just as a system player, I think Romero would have suited De Zerbi's system perfectly. But, you know, it's the same argument with Danzo. It's the same argument with Danzo. Danzo, good in the air, strong, you know, good blocker. That's brilliant if you play low block, pragmatic football. Danzo's the man. But when you're playing a Pep football, a Klopp football, a De Zerbi football, you need technicians. You need technical ballers. You need Toby Alderweireld. You need Jan Vertonghen. You need these players. And I think what they've done with Van Hecke is they see Van Hecke as one of those types of players, in my view. But he massively lacks pace, which is going to be a problem because we play with a bit of a high line.
I think Dave's question here is more, he's doubting the actual upgrade there, Dave, aren't you? I think there. You're questioning if there's an actual upgrade to Romero and are we any better?
I actually don't think he's much of an upgrade on Romero because I watched him for the Dutch team in the World Cup very closely because obviously I knew we were signing him, and I find he gets drawn out of position way too easily. To opening 2 games, that's what I've seen. Do you know what I mean? He has too many lapses, and I know out of the records last season, he was technically the best ball playing centre back. But a stat that not a lot of people know is he also made the most individual errors that led to goals than any other centre back.
Is it 4, Dave?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
That's his lack of pace showing, though. His lack of pace catches him off guard.
Yeah.
But again, they've looked at the progressive passing stats and said, if we're going to play out of the back and we want quick passes accurately into the midfield to then open teams up, he's our guy. I think that's what they've looked at, which is why I go back to keeping possession of the ball. I think that is the primary metric that they're looking at with defenders. They're looking at
I agree still.
Attacking play rather than defensive ability. What we need, and this is why I said, we're better off having a Toby and a Jan who can do both. They were both top defenders and really good on the ball. That's what we really should have tried to find.
Are you saying that those two can't then? A Van Hecke and a Van der Ven or a Senesi can't do what Toby and Jan used to do? Is that what
the
you're
only
saying,
one for me that can do all of it is probably Senesi.
Okay, interesting. And he won't even start.
And I don't think he'll get much game time, to be fair.
He's the best. He's the best defender at the club that can defend and play football and keep the ball. In my opinion, out of what I've seen, he's the best one of the lot. But again, he lacks pace in the high line. He hasn't got pace. Van der Ven's the only one. Van der Ven and Udogie, the only ones with pace in the defence.
And then another thing as well. I know, Dave, you said, look, that he looked a bit shaky. This back line is kind of brand new, isn't it, in a way? You talk about the goalie, Robertson, Van der Ven, Van Hecke. Okay, Porro. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
But the first game of the season, it was, very different, wasn't it? Like they didn't know each other. You could tell. You could just tell watching them. So that some patience needs to be given with this back line. De Zerbi's got to decide who's his back line. Is it Porro? Is it Van Hecke? Is it Van der Ven? Is it Robertson, right? Kingsley in goal. And just go with it every week. 1 game a week. Keep going. The same team, unless there's an injury, and then obviously someone's got to come in. So I think it's going to take some time for this back line to settle down. We're going to concede goals. There's going to be mistakes. And that's when we have to look at the forward line. So I want to bring in Cookie here. Maybe you could talk about the forward line or the attacking midfield, mate, wherever you want to go at the end of the day. And then we can kind of have a look at it a little bit more detail. You're on mute, mate.
You're mute, mate.
Mute.
What a rookie mistake, Cookie.
Oh no, it's because this thing's on the screen, see, I can't see everyone's lips moving, Danny. That's what it is. Right, so, listen, I'll go. The striker. I was saying, Dan, thanks for giving me the strikers. Cheers for that.
The reason why, Cookie, the reason why, because a lot of people were saying, well, we wouldn't have this a bad start to the window if we actually got those forward players earlier in the summer, in the summer, getting into the team, getting used to De Zerbi football, and then that could kind of help us out in games when the team is, it looks very vulnerable at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does, mate. Look, we all know there's certain places in this team where we would like to be stronger. right? There's no doubt about that. Look, I think personally, you've got to play Fernandes, right, as the 8. I think he will be I'm not going to say decent, very good player for Spurs in the 8, but he's got to play there. So if you're going to do that, does that mean Tonali's going to be your DM? Right? Oh, well, I would like to think so anyway. Right? And then we've got the problem with the attacking midfielders. I think as long as Fernandes and Tonali are fit, they're going to start. Right?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question about that. The problem comes when with the attacking midfielder, you've got 6 names written down there, Dan. Yeah? And underneath that, very weak. Right? Because they're all bloody injured. At the end of the day, it's not because the players are not there, it's because they're all injured. Right? So we know Maddison's made a Weetabix. I don't know how long he's due. Does anyone know how long he is before he's meant to come back, Maddison?
Well, the way De Zerbi talks, it could be a long time.
Right, Maddison?
Okay.
Probably Christmas.
No, Maddison's only a shoulder injury. There was reports today saying it's only going to be a few weeks more than now.
But
Some
hear what De Zerbi said though about his like he's just not fit, he's just not ready, he's just got so much work to do physical wise that even with this shoulder injury, he's talking about his general kind of fitness. If anyone get what I mean there.
Yeah, he said in his recent press conference about Maddison, said Maddison needs 4 weeks to be elite. That's it. That was his exact words.
Should have sold him, man. We should have sold him.
They're saying he'll be back. He'll be back in the squad in 2 weeks. That's what they're saying.
Right. So you still got another 2 weeks to play without a 10 anyway, and you as such
after the international break, basically.
Yeah. So we've got to get through the international break there. I'll leave someone else for the forwards because I did the midfield. So there you go. It's stressed my brain out just talking about that little bit there. But look, Stell said earlier on he thinks we're weaker. I think we are weaker in certain areas, but I think a lot of that is to do with the players playing together at the same time. Look, at the end of the day, if we stood here like Danny said earlier on, right, and you said, there's them 10, we're getting rid of them 16, yeah, and plus we've brought in 3 squad players or whatever it is, yeah, I'm sure most of us would have said yeah to it. Right, again, I'm still very unsure about the last 2 that have come in, but apart from that, it's okay, right? But I think playing time with these players, and listen, I want us to win Saturday, whenever it is we're playing, and the next 20 games on the trot. Do you know what I mean? I don't never want us to lose. But at the same time, when you've pretty much got a new team out on the pitch, you've had very little pre-season. I don't think any pre-season games with his first team at all. Number one, I would say we've just got to play and see how it goes. We've got no choice but for that to happen, right? But number 2, RDZ might have had his players in and he might have been backed. Yeah, he's been backed. But what were they doing for the 7 weeks? That's what I want to know. What were they doing for the 7 weeks?
Well, they were holding out for their number 1 targets, and these clubs weren't releasing them. But that's
not good enough, man. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. They should have been able to deal with that. No one can give me a reason, right?
So, Cookie,
why they didn't do anything.
So Cookie, let me put this back on you then, Cookie, because if you were, say, you really wanted Savinho, you were De Zerbi, you really wanted Savinho, he was your number 1 target.
Yeah.
And, there was a real good possibility we could get him. Would you have not waited, or would you have gone and got someone else?
I think Savinho's a difficult one, Dan, to use because it's been going on for so long.
We could talk about Mamouche, same thing.
Yeah, Marmouche, if you want to use Marmouche. If he wants, look, whoever he wants in his team, we're just giving opinion, right? He's the boss. He's going to tell whoever it is in the club, I want such and such. If you can get him for me, We go back to the Gakpo situation, right, with Ndiaye, right? Gakpo's not even gone to City, That's then got Ndiaye involved. We're this close to signing Ndiaye, and because we are lower in the food chain for finishing 17th twice, right? He's going to go to City, isn't he? He's going to go there, isn't he? So listen, and then you get up with plan C, or is it D or E or F, whatever it is, you end up with a Mudryk and a Toussaint because, yeah, you're not active enough when they could have been. That's what I'm saying.
Just on that point, right? The thing is, it's hard. Like, I get the people's frustration, right? But the way I look at it is that they actually went out for their top targets, and bar Gakpo and Ndiaye, they got all of the targets they wanted, right? All of them. So, I'm sorry, but the pessimism from Spurs fans. I'm not directing it at anyone here. I'm just saying in general.
It is what it is, Danny. It is what it is. You're just seeing. You're saying what you're seeing, right?
But it's amazing because, again, it is focusing on the things that we didn't do rather than the things we actually did do, right? And that I just cannot get my head around, right? Because it's just always like, oh, we waited too long for this, we waited too long. But they went for Gakpo and they went for Ndiaye, and the only reason we didn't get them is because Liverpool didn't get a replacement or another player, another winger in, and even Man City couldn't get Gakpo. Not even City could get him. City, one of the biggest clubs on the planet, right? And then because they couldn't get him, they went for their second target, who so happened to be the same second target we were going for. And the only reason we didn't get him is because Liverpool didn't release Gakpo, right? Otherwise, Ndiaye would be a Spurs player. And because we are the smaller club than Man City, they're going to obviously get him because they can offer better Champions League football. They've got better chance of winning trophies, all of this stuff, right? So why would he not want to go there? Of course, right? But the fact that both players had actually agreed a deal with Spurs tells you that they were willing to come to Spurs, right? It was just a matter of whether the clubs could come to an agreement. And unfortunately, they didn't. So they went for the next one in the list, which was Mudryk, who that is.
Is he on the next on the list, Danny? Do you really think he was next on the list?
Yeah. He wanted, because what they wanted, right, this season, as far as I'm aware, they only wanted Premier League players, right?
That's clear.
Now Vinay came out in his statement and said it. The reason being is because in their eyes, they all unanimously agreed that they didn't want to have a situation where they've done it before, where they've gone outside of Europe, so outside of the Premier League, bought players, and it hasn't worked out, right? Now, I think there's an element of that there's not enough planning purely because they haven't got a DOF yet, right? And I think in the back room of Spurs, they don't fully trust Lange to do that role, which is why they wanted to bring in a director of football at the beginning of the window. But because they couldn't get one to agree terms, right? De Zerbi was basically given the keys, and Lange was pretty much taking the back seat from the players, right? So this is why I think long-term we need a director of football, 100%, right? But in this window, the fact that we actually tried to go and get our targets that we wanted, and the club and De Zerbi had all agreed on, right? That to me shows the ambition level that they're trying to do, given the fact that we finished fucking 17th 2 years in a row, and we were 90 minutes away from being in the championship, right? To go and do what we did from being 90 minutes away from being in the championship is just mind-blowing with the actual work that they've done. And it's still not enough because of how neglected this fucking squad has been over the last 10 years. So forgive me, but fucking relax.
I disagree with this. Sorry. I am relaxed. I'm just very, very honest.
No, you're not.
I can't pretend to be something I'm not, just so I don't get labelled. For me, they had no plan with this window. They had no plan, and they've gone for this scattergun approach, hoping it all lands. There's a couple of players they landed, which made sense. I totally agree with signing Tonali. I totally agree with signing Fernandes. I think they're excellent acquisitions. Where a lot of people disagree with the Savio signing, I'm for the Savio signing. I think he's a good player. However, there's a lot of panic and poor planning as well. Robertson, they signed him. Why? Because he's free. He needs replacing in a couple of years.
Oh my God.
Because he doesn't have pace. He's 29. Sorry, he's in his 30s, isn't he? He's lacking pace, and defensively, he's vulnerable.
Robertson is better than a Dogie still.
Let me finish what I'm saying because I didn't interrupt you. Then you look at Senesi, good player, but he's going to need replacing as well. It's not like when Arsenal started their project, they signed Gabriel and Saliba. They're both young, especially Saliba, and they've aged into the position. Senesi in 2 years' time is not going to be the player that we need. He's going to be too old. So there's players we've signed that, for me, that the wrong age for a 5-year plan. For a 1 or 2 year hit, because we're going to go for it in the next 2 years, maybe. But this is a 5-year plan. I think the attack, we've just completely mismanaged the process. They wanted Groupie. There was a big issue with the price. We should have just pulled out of it or gone all in. In the end, we dithered, we dathered. He got injured. Right, shit, we can't do that now. Then they went to Gakpo. Fine, let's go for Gakpo. We stayed in that deal far too long. We should have said, look, this is what we want. These are the terms. We can negotiate a little bit here and there. We stayed in that deal far too long. We should have just walked away and said, sod this. We're running out of time. And then right at the end of the window, when nobody mentioned Ndai, let's go there. And we went for Ndai, and it got messy, and there was no time to pivot. And in the end, we've ended up with Mudryk. So for me, some things I look at and I think really good business. I'm happy with what we've done. I see longevity with those players. There's other players we've signed where I think, this doesn't make sense for a long-term project. And then there's some players where I just think, that's an absolute joke. It's an abomination that we brought in those players. So I don't look at this and think there's a real well thought out plan. I think some of it makes sense. Some I don't know. Some is just an absolute joke. And it almost feels like what we've always done in every other window, but we've done a lot more of it this time. That's where I'm at with it. This is why I said to you at the start of the show, it feels a bit messy to me. I don't really know what we've done. I get what we've tried to do, but I don't know what we've done, though. And that's where I'm at with it. That's my honest assessment of it. I hope it all proves to be wrong, what I've said. And Spurs end up challenging for top 4. The football's sexy. And in 10, 15, 20 games' time, this conversation is going to make me look like an idiot. But if it doesn't, I'm going to come back to this and say, guys, do you remember the start of the window where I said, sorry, at the end of the transfer window, where I said, it looks a bit messy. This is what I was trying to say, because I can't make sense of it for a 5-year project.
Still, it's fair points you've made, mate. I feel similar in a lot what you say. But look, guys in the chat, look, there's like 50 likes or 52 likes. Come on, smash the like button. 192 people in the room. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Smash that like button. Thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying the show. Big up for all your comments.
Should be at least 100 likes, you miserable people. Don't you dare call me miserable if you haven't got the energy to hit the like button. Take a look in the mirror. Give yourself some positivity and hit the like. How's about that? 100 likes in the next 10 minutes or we're shutting down the channel. Well, no, we're not. That's up to Dan. Got a bit carried away.
It's all right. Hopefully they'll smash the like button. Anyway, and subscribe to Nige as well. Steve, Stel, and Cookie as well. I'll get their links up throughout the night. Look, guys, back to the squads and all of that. Like any glaring holes, I think, Stel, you kind of touched on it. Do you want to continue that, or Danny, or whatever? You know, when you look at that squad, are there areas that you're really worried about now? Yeah.
Can I just add one thing, and then I'm going to go quiet for a good 20, 30 minutes so everyone else can speak. The biggest fuck up for me, and it is a fuck up, is boxing ourselves into a corner and saying no to overseas players. This obsession with Premier League only, it doesn't make sense to me. City don't do it. Liverpool don't do it. United don't do it. Arsenal haven't done it. Why have we chosen to do it? When every previous successful formula has shown you need a little bit of everything. Like we're talking about, one of you guys mentioned earlier that Sunderland and another Premier League club are battling out for Fofana. Why are we not in that deal? You know, there are players out there that can play as a 9. There might not be the next Harry Kane, but there's players out there, for example, a Greek guy plays up top for Benfica. That should have been a potential option as a striker for Tottenham. We should have looked at it at least.
What, Pavlidis?
Pavlidis, yeah. But we've limited ourselves. And when you limit yourself, it makes it so difficult. And I think we've made this very difficult for ourselves, especially in the attacking areas, because we didn't want to go and look at Europe. And and people saying, oh, but you need those Premier League players because they're physical. How did that physical battle work out against Brentford. They bullied us all over the park. We got beaten left, right, and centre physically with our Premier League only strategy. So, listen, each to their own. But I don't know what you guys think. I think we should have been a little bit more open to some overseas players joining us as well, and not just saying Premier League only, because I don't think that's the right strategy.
I think still for this season it was the right strategy, because what would have happened is if we bought overseas players for less money, this fucking fan base would have moaned and cried and bitched about the player not doing well, right? This way,
but we're doing it now with Mudryk and Tosin.
But still, first of all, right, forget about what's happened in the past, right? What's happening right now is we've improved the squad. We've improved it. You cannot argue that, right? We have improved the squad, right? We finished 17th twice. We cannot go from finishing 17th to challenging for the top 4 instantly.
But Danny,
would you bring
Leao and
Fofana
into the squad? Would you have taken Leao and Fofana at Spurs?
Leao? No, I wouldn't have taken Leao, actually.
Okay, Fofana? Okay, Fofana?
Fofana, maybe. I don't really know too much about him still.
Or Solis, who Arsenal signed. Would you have taken Solis at Spurs?
Yeah, I probably would have taken Solis.
Oh, yeah.
And that's my point, Danny. That's my point. There's players out there that we've just completely cut ourselves off. Basically, we've done a Brexit. Spurs have done a Brexit on the transfer window.
Do you not understand? Do you not
understand?
But still, do you not? Can you put yourself in their shoes and look at it and feel like, well, look, we were this close to getting relegated to the Championship. We were this close to relegation, right? Do you not think that they're looking at it being so fucking worried that their asset would have devalued by more than half?
I wouldn't have closed myself off from all the transfer options.
Right,
I wouldn't have closed myself from the transfer world.
It is less of a risk to go for players that are played in the Premier League than it is to get players outside. I am not debating, but I'm not debating. Still, I'm not debating the fact that there are players out of the Premier League that are better than players in the Premier League. I am not debating that for 1 second, right? Because I think there are players out there that are better. But that's
my point, Danny. That's my point, though. We should have been open to that.
Still, again, you're not listening, right? The club took a decision that is less risk averse, right? Because for them, they see it as, well, if we get Premier League players who have played in the Premier League, then at least we kind of have a feeling of what we're going to get, right? So we have an idea that if we get these players, there's less of a chance of us fucking
Danny,
up.
I think Mudryk is the biggest risk of the whole thing we've done. I think Mudryk is a massive risk.
But still, honestly, as much as I don't want Mudryk, he's not really a risk because we paid a little loan fee for him, and he's also a player that deserves managed before.
No, it's a risk that he's going to play on the pitch for Spurs and potentially have a negative effect on results. That's the risk. I don't care. Listen, I don't care about money, guys. Whatever we spend, we spend. I care about what does this player bring to the club, and that's why I say what I say about players. Listen, what do you guys think? Would you?
What I don't like is this that we left holes.
Am I on with this anti-Brexit thing for Spurs?
No, what I don't like is that we're left with holes in the squad going into this season where there was clear options abroad. I don't like it. You know, why let Spence go until you've got a replacement in?
Because they're fucking stupid. That's why.
This is the sort of stuff which I can't get on board with at all. And closing the European market. I mean, if we had the team already and all the positions filled, then fair enough. But we haven't done it, have we? Because there's less options when you're trying to buy from the Premier League, right? I think in the end, look, we've done very well. We've got so many in. We've done very well. But we're left looking at going into away to Nottingham Forest without an attacking midfielder, right? So how are we going to play that next weekend? Is it? Are we looking at Mamouche behind Solanke? How are we going to create things next weekend against Nottingham Forest, Danny? You tell me, mate.
Well, the idea is the way he wants to play seems to be he wants to have a fluid front line. He wants to have all of the attackers, whether that's the wingers or the midfielders. Yeah, he wants all of them to contribute in some way or form. Just because we don't have a number 10 right this minute doesn't mean we're not going to have a number 10 by the end of the season, right?
Well, but now, for now.
Cookie just but now we're still building. Look, we were never going to buy a number 10. We were not going to do it, right? Because we've got too many players. And we haven't got enough space in the squad. We actually haven't overbuilt. We have too many
Danny,
players.
That's not my point. That's not my point, Danny. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, how are we going to get it working when we ain't got a number 10? Because I looked at that against Newcastle. And I just thought, well, what is he trying to do here?
He's gonna have to. He's the manager. He's gonna have to figure that out.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, of course,
Whether he plays Marmoush off Solanke or plays a 2, right? Because he did kind of do it in the last game. He actually brought on Solanke and played him up front with Marmoush, right? So maybe he goes 2-2-2. He goes 2 strikers, 2 wingers, 2 midfielders, like the kind of 4 shape, right? Like the diamond shape. He might go 2-2-2 because right now we don't have a number 10, right? He might go 3 in the midfield and 3 up top, like he did against Newcastle. He'll put Bentancur, Tonali, and Fernandes in the middle, right? You've got everything you need in midfield, and then you play Savio and maybe Marmoush and Solanke, right? He's got options, and I think the problem is the fans just want instant. We have to win every single
game. We need to get results, mate. We've got to pick up some wins. We've got to pick up some points along the way. I don't want to lose every week.
We've got 36 games, Dan, left. We've just started the season. I've just said to you before, earlier on in the show, it takes a couple of games, right, with the tightness of the Premier League. If you win 3 games in a row, you could go from 15th to 4th.
I get, Danny, I get all that.
That's how crazy it is.
I'm just asking the question. I'm just asking the questions, right? Because I'm trying to work out. I hope De Zerbi works it out. Like, you came up with a load of different suggestions there and what De Zerbi could do. And I hope he does it. We all hope he does it, right? Because he can't go with that kind of 3 midfielders like he did at the weekend. I don't think it's going to work. Something's got to change at the weekend. So I just, it's just talking, Danny. Like, it's like questioning. How is it going to work? What's it going to look like? How is he going to solve this problem without a number 10? Because clearly he wants to play a number 10, right? Yeah, in that system, right? Behind the striker.
So what he's going to do is, if he can't play a 10, he's going to try and play a fluid front 3, isn't he? So rather than one person on the left, one on the right, one up front or whatever, he'll have them all interchanging. He'll have them going all over the place because that's what he's going to be trying to do while he's got no 10. He's got to try and create from somewhere.
Move the ball quicker. What about that? What did you say how slow we were at the weekend?
I agree with that. But again, I wouldn't put Fernandes in the 10. I honestly wouldn't. He'll run the game in centre midfield. Let him run the game.
Who are you putting there then, Cookie? Who are you putting there?
Kudos.
I don't think we're going to play a 10. Are we going to play a 10?
If he plays a 10. If he does,
do you know what I think he should do? I think he should play a flat 4-3-3.
Yeah.
Flat 4-3-3. But
that's what he did, Dave, weren't it? That's
what he did. I thought Fernandes was, for me, at times way too far up the pitch.
Yeah, great.
When he dropped back in the later stages of the first half, you could see the difference. He was distributing, do you know what I mean? He was distributing the ball so much better. Do you know what I mean? So
look, Dave, on the left there's Fernandes, right? That's his average. That's the heat map, right? That's where he was playing on the pitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I would prefer, in an ideal world, do you know what I mean? The heat map shows that it was actually very successful there. So it's hard, isn't it? It's hard to judge it, but end of the day, we're gonna have to keep experimenting with the team because we've still got so many players unfit, so many players injured still. We still haven't got a natural creative attacking midfielder. So I mean, in an ideal world, I just want to see Sandro Tonali and Matisse Fernandes just form a partnership in central midfield. Give it 10, 15 games running so they can actually form a chemistry, work each other's strengths and weaknesses out. So
that's Mamouche's heat map at the weekend. He weren't very central, was he? Always going off to the left there.
Yeah, off to the left. Yeah.
Dan, do you know what I would do? Honestly, this is exactly what I would do. Drop Tonali because he's had 2 stinkers. It is what it is. Put Bentancur in the 6. Put Fernandes in the 8. Move Mohamed Kudus into the 10. Mohamed Kudus, I've said all last season, he could play on the left and the right side of the body. The worst thing a defender wants is when you go to a player and you don't know what foot to put him on because he can play on both. Put him in the 10. Because when he goes out wide, teams very quickly double up on him and he becomes isolated. So Bentancur, Fernandez, Mohamed Kudus. Then your wide players, put Savio on one side, put Mamouche on the other, because Mamouche isn't a 9. Have them as inverted attackers. Let the actual wide attacking play of the crosses come from a Porro and a Robertson. Let them do that. Let the wide front three players become inverted. Let them use their skill and their talent to actually get some shots away, and play Solanke in the 10, in the 9. So Bentancur, Fernandez, Kudus, Savio, Mamouche either side, Solanke in the 9. That's exactly what I would do next game. And if it's not quite working in that 6-8, then you've got Tonali to come on. It's not a bad thing to come off from the bench. That's exactly what I would do next game, and see if that clicks. Because I think that's the best thing we can do with the players we've currently got.
Go on, Nige.
Totally and utterly agree. And it also brings out the best in our fullbacks as well. Because let's be honest, they're not the best defensively, yeah? So their best attribute is getting forward, getting balls in the box, overlapping. It's exactly how I would play it as well.
Still,
Not sure about dropping tonight, but he has been poor.
I know. I'm not saying he's been the best, but they're not going to drop him, are they? They've got to get some cohesion going between these players.
Okay, then
I
fair
get
enough.
where you're coming from. Then
play Fernandez in the 8 and Tonali in the 6, but keep them there so they can.
Agree.
Yeah, I'm right for that.
Yeah.
I was only saying it because he's not quite clicked.
Yeah,
and Bentancur, when Bentancur's come on, he's actually looked decent. That's why I said it.
Yeah.
He's looked all right.
I
want players that are playing well, playing on the pitch. I want players, because otherwise it's almost, well, just be patient. Be patient whilst it's another loss and another loss. And it's we cannot lose to Forest, guys. We cannot start the season bottom of the league, 3 losses back to back. At least a draw. Big up, Chris. At least a draw. We got to get something out of this game. And listen, Glasner, he's no mug. He's a top manager. He's going to suss us out, and he's going to have a plan. Glasner will have a plan. So we've really got to be, we've got to be savvy this game. We've got to be smart about this one.
I think the problem is as well still is that obviously the longer that you're losing and not playing very well because we're waiting for everything to gel up, confidence will drain away. So the longer it's going on and you're not getting those wins and you're not getting out of that bottom 3, the more the confidence will drain out of the team, and we'll fucking end up where we was last year again.
Could you imagine? Can you imagine that shit?
Because if it don't matter who the players are, if the confidence falls out of the team, or the players all of a sudden decide, hang on a minute, we've been doing this for 5 months now and it ain't working.
Cookie, there's some winnable games coming up against newly promoted teams. There's Everton at home, Coventry at home, Ipswich. There's some winnable Palace. There are winnable games there whilst we're building this team and getting used to De Zerbi football. So we should be picking up some wins. I'm not saying Nottingham Forest is a tricky fixture. We could lose that one. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but I hope De Zerbi does something this week. He's got a whole week to get this team getting up to scratch for the weekend. You hope there's a couple of players back from injury, like a Savio. He can start. And look, it looks a lot better than it did against Newcastle because we weren't great. We weren't great at all. And I looked at it and I thought, well, creativity was a massive issue. Yes, we're starting with Tell. Yes, we had Pedro Porro like right wing. So it was going to be a struggle, wasn't it? It was going to be a struggle anyway.
It was less creative, but we were more creative than Newcastle were in the game. We were a lot more creative.
Easy. Newcastle managed us that game, wasn't it? They didn't even play that well. And they didn't. But I'm saying if we had players who could finish, right, and in that game, for example, our full fit squad was there, and it was at Marmoush's first game or something, and he was more integrated. Like any other day, we could win that game. We could win that game. Like no problem.
But we don't have a number 9. We don't have a number 9.
But still, again, it's not. I don't think that's the way De Zerbi wants to play. Even Solanke, like look, I'm really excited to see what's going to happen this season. I expect we're going to lose games. I expect we're going to win games. I expect fans are going to moan. But I think in the end, by the end of the season, I think you're going to see a team with far more cohesion. You're going to see, I'm already starting to see just after 2 games what De Zerbi wants to try and do, how he wants to play out from the back, his patterns of play. You saw it in the first half against Newcastle. And if you didn't, that's you're just lying to yourself because it did, right? And anyone who's honest about that game, you could feel it in that first half that Spurs looked like the far better team than Newcastle. They looked like more like the ones who were likely to score. And I was excited going into the second half because I thought Spurs might actually give it again and then actually go on and win this game. But they didn't, unfortunately. And that's just the way that De Zerbi has got to work with these players, because the biggest thing for me is what I want to see the most improvement on is the attitude, right? I don't want to see players when we concede a goal with their heads fucking down. It's got to be worked on, Danny. It's mentality.
Yeah, it's got to be worked on. And I want to bring in Chris.
Then don't sign Mudryk and Tosin if you want attitude. One that's got done for drugs, another one who's been absolutely shocking at Chelsea.
Yeah.
If you want attitude, don't sign players like that.
Yeah, I get it, man. I totally agree, Stel. I want to bring Chris in here now. And Chris, have you been listening in? Have you?
Yeah, I don't want to give a big monologue on.
I want to hear what you say.
Me up, Jesus! About 2 seconds.
About the squad. I'll take it off in a sec. But I was going round. This window's shut now. But say what you want to say, mate, and then I'll go back to you with that.
Yeah, I don't want to give a massive monologue. I'll chip in whenever we're on a subject where I've got something to say. But for the most part, I was listening, and I hate being in this position. Believe me, I hate it. But I felt a bit sorry for Danny, so I sort of said I'll come on and give him a bit of support, because we can get into the reasons why I think this, but we just have a meltdown over absolutely everything. Tosin, meltdown. Mudryk, meltdown. Transfer window, meltdown. It's just who we are. It's like literally our DNA.
So you're over the moon then, Chris, with those two?
Well, that's a classic comment, Dan, because if you're not having a meltdown, you have to be over the moon, right?
Yeah.
Can we not be somewhere in the middle?
No, honestly, you're coming on defending it. It sounds like
we can't. You're not allowed to be somewhere in the middle.
Like to moan, Chris, and criticise them 2 shocking signings, mate. It's could be expected.
I don't think. Look,
and it doesn't have to be, everyone's having a meltdown. Yeah, there are certain people having a meltdown. The people who want De Zerbi out because of it. Those people, yeah, I get it.
I mean, I don't even think. I think there's a big issue with how we've ended up where we are. But given where we are now, or 24 hours ago, I have no issue with either signing at all. No issue. I mean, Danso I know everyone loves Danso. I'm not quite sure why, because I basically agree with Stel's view on Danso. Is there a worse centre-back in world football for De Zerbi's style of play than Kevin Danso?
Exactly.
No, you're right. Yeah, it's true.
So what we wanted to keep a guy who wants to leave the club, who in no way fits the style of play, and just have him rather than somebody who actually wants to join the club, who, and don't get me wrong, I'm not bigging up Tosin as the world's greatest guy, but he's 4th choice centre-back who can actually at least pass the ball a little bit. He might not be great. He'll probably very rarely play. Why are we that concerned about it? I just don't. I don't.
Well, because if I can tell you why people are concerned, because if Van Heck gets injured, then it's Tosin in, isn't it? And the level's going to drop. The level's going to drop still. Even how much better is he than Danso? Not that much.
DANalyst.
Yeah, but we haven't lost anything from Danso leaving to Tosin. In fact, the opposite. Who's the better player, we can argue. Who's the better player for Roberto De Zerbi is not an argument.
I agree. I agree with that. But the level will drop if Tosin's in the side.
Yeah, but how many teams have amazing 4th choice
centre-back, Chris? Could we have got a better right centre-back?
With 24 hours notice, restricted by the fact really we have to get homegrown to replace Danso, you tell me who.
Well,
Malachi Hardy. Hardy, one of our own.
So handing in his transfer request was free, this close to the end of the window. Why has that happened?
It's obvious why he's done that, because he's got an offer. He's quite happy to sit here and play be a reserve when he's got no better offer. But when Sunderland tap him up and say, "Do you want to come and play first team football?"
Yeah,
of course he wants to leave.
I don't like this, because I know what Danso offers us. Yeah, yes, he's not the perfect player for De Zerbi's system. I get that.
He wants to leave though,
right? Yeah, I get that. But you're taking a risk bringing in Tosin, right? And we don't know what he looks like. So I don't like it.
There were so many people here, Dan. Look,
Absolute shit.
But I don't disagree with that still, right?
Danzo, they're both shit.
My brother-in-law's a Chelsea fan. I know exactly what he thinks of Tosin, right? But if we're going to look at it from a De Zerbi point of view, De Zerbi has coached him before, and De Zerbi would prefer him to Danso, because as you've been tooling all summer still, is you want a player that's not like Danso at the back because he cannot play De Zerbi ball. And like theoretically, Tosin can play De Zerbi ball.
I don't want shit. No, I don't want shit for shit. He's shit.
Yeah,
I don't want shit for shit. I
you not
want
listen to
Danso gone and a
Chris said?
technical baller that is actually competent. Mate, Tosin has cost Chelsea games. They can't stand him there. Alonso
Chelsea
plays
are far bigger
possession.
club than we are still.
Mate, Alonso plays the kind of football that we would all be happy with. He doesn't want him. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's here. Let's all get behind him.
I don't disagree, but you're in a position where you've got to find that technical baller in 24 hours to come and play.
Malachi Hardy.
Well, I've got no issue with that.
I don't disagree with
if
that.
that's the suggestion, I have no problem with that whatsoever.
That's what I would have done. If a player wants out last minute, right, and we've got a chance to get him out, right, see you later. If you don't want to be at the club, we don't want you in the training ground being toxic. He's gone. I would just get one of the academy kids that's been pretty impressive pre-season and say, do you know what? You're going to get a chance. Because this season, we can take a few hits. If we're going to take some hits, let's do it now and see what you can do. Instead, we've gone and brought this guy in who's... Mate, my dad's Chelsea. I've had 20 years. I get rinsed every year from him. And as soon as we signed Mudryk and Tosin, he said, thank you very much, Tottenham. You've taken our scrubs. That's what do you say to that? You know?
I do think Pete has a point there in the chat where he says if we hadn't have replaced him, we would have had another meltdown because we're letting someone go and not replacing them. So
probably, yeah.
It's like it's just choose your meltdown if you're a Spurs fan, basically.
Yeah, choose your meltdown.
Meltdown roulette.
I was about to say, yeah, David, you said meltdown roulette.
What kind of meltdown?
That's a show idea, Cookie. Meltdown roulette.
But guys, people can be unhappy with these two, right, and be labelled a meltdown or whatever. It's okay, and you can still feel you can still go and have a good season, right? We're allowed to talk about these two players coming in and not be happy about it, right, Chris? That's where I'm going. When you've come on the show and said the meltdown, are you pointing towards us? Or are you pointing towards
just
some of the
generally the Spurs community? The amount of reaction to the whole Danso Tosin thing when we're arguing about a player who we don't even want to play in the first team, I find just madness to me.
Chris, do you know what it is for me, mate? Do you know what it is for me? And I said it earlier. I'm sick to death of these Mwanis, Rodons, Danjumas sneaking into our club. Tosin for me is one of those. He's on a 4-year deal. This isn't a loan. He's here for 4 years. It's another stinky player that gets to be part of this squad that is at some point going to cause us a problem. I just don't want Spurs to sign absolute guff. Every window, we've got to get a Werner. We've got to get a Danjuma. We've got to get someone to piss everything off with. And can we just stop doing that? That's what I'm saying, Chris. I just want us to stop doing that.
I understand, but we've signed some decent centre-backs, right? And this is like a fourth-choice guy who, by the way, as I recall, when he was at Fulham, plenty of the Spurs fan base were more than happy for him. So, yes, he's had a couple of years. Stel,
including you. I remember you would have chosen as well.
The only Fulham player I ever wanted was Paulinho, Robinson, and who's the guy that was on the wing and he went in the summer? Wilson.
Harry Wilson.
So the only three Fulham players
I'm going to find a video of all of us saying, Tosin on a free transfer, we take it all day. We all fucking said it.
Yeah. And look, I'm of the revolutionary mindset that I'll wait and see how they actually do in a Spurs shirt before I blow up and call them shit. Like,
yeah,
we've always seen, right, some players go to some clubs and it works at one club and it doesn't work at another club for who knows why. So let's see. I mean, we probably won't even have much of a evidence base to worry about, right? Hopefully, because if our players stay fit, he ain't playing anyway. So,
mate, that's what they said about Ben Davies, and he captained us in the Carabao Cup.
He did that still because we're playing Charlton. I mean, come on, we're playing Charlton second team, and he needs to, and the players are not fit enough yet. So
until it was 1-0, we were all bricking it. Until it was 1-0, we were like, oh no.
I wasn't. I knew we'd win that game. I put a bet on it.
I was a bit worried, I'll be honest with you.
Guys, let's get back to what we're talking about, right? So, Chris, yeah, you've come on here. I appreciate it, mate. Do you want to talk about the squad depth, or if there's any worries or concerns you have, or anything you may be positive about, or do you want to look at the transfer window overall? I've got like the ins and the outs and the net spend. What are you more interested in, giving your opinions on?
I'll make one comment on the squad depth, which is obviously that we're still short in some areas, right? I don't think anyone is going to argue about that. We're left probably with, at best, Solanke and Richarlison. Some may argue if Richarlison leaves for Saudi, then we're a stronger squad for it, possibly. But that's not great. That isn't great, right? It's obvious. And there are holes in the squad. I've got no problem with that. But if we'd have gone back to the start of the transfer window, is there any Spurs fan who expected that by the end of the window, we'd have no holes in the squad? So sure, we do. I get that. And they're up front, and that's painful. But if we'd have solved that and we'd have signed Osimhen, but we hadn't assigned any midfielders, I think we'd still be having a meltdown and going, we haven't addressed this, we haven't addressed that. And I agree with Danny. It would be great to address them all, right? And what's frustrating is we started so well so early, and we have tailed off towards the end. But I'm not upset about it, because I never expected that we'd fix it in one go, because we are fixing years. The squad that started this transfer window is so appallingly bad that you can't possibly fix that in one window. And actually, we've done way more than I thought we would have done.
Yeah.
So sure, we're going into the season still undercooked, but it was inevitable because of how bad a squad we had.
How many years, Chris, has this squad? We've been asking for this squad to be changed, and it's literally had our squad has basically been built up of like 6 or 7 different managers, players, and we've got players from like 3 or 4 different managers, and it's just been building up of crap, and it's just a mixture of just different managers, players, and different system players, and it's just a joke.
I think there's an element of whatever you do, you get criticised, right? And I've heard a lot about the Premier League stuff, and I understand that. Of course, there are good players that don't just play in the Premier League. I've no problem with that. But if we hadn't assigned Tonali when he's available, and we'd have gone and got that kid, younger player who played for Brentford, Sangare or whatever his name is, for 25 million, who looks an amazing player. If we had done that, what would the Spurs fans have said? Oh, you've gone cheap. Tonali was there. You could have gone and got him. You don't want to pay the money. Yeah. So it's like whatever they do, like we're just going to moan about it. So overall, I'm not unhappy. It could have been better. Of course it could. But I always...
I've got another question for you in a minute as well, Chris. 1 sec. I just want to say goodbye to Cookie, mate. Appreciate you coming on, mate. Sub to Cookie's channel if you're not already. He's got the breakfast show in the morning, 9:30. Hopefully it'll be, well, I don't know. Will it be another lively one, Cookie, tomorrow? You're not sure?
You never know who may appear, as they say. But
Cookie,
hopefully it'll be,
Before you go, something funny just for everyone, actually. Did any of you hear just what happened with Chelsea's Enzo Fernandez replacement?
No.
Yeah,
Monaco pulled the plug on it. Chelsea don't have their man. So Chelsea don't have a replacement now.
It was
the guy from Monaco, whose name was
Kamara.
Kamara.
Yeah. So they're after Kone as well, weren't they? They're after Kone, and Roma didn't want to let him go, and now
that's good.
And then they had the agreement done, and apparently they're saying that Chelsea are absolutely fuming with it because
why don't they take Bergvall? Bergvall's still there on a loan. Can still do a loan deal.
Can they?
I think you're allowed to do loan deals after the window for a couple of days or something.
That'd be quite funny if they did a loan deal for Bergvall.
I still think Chelsea have got the last laugh though, because they sold us Tosin and Mudryk. So
it's just.
I think they've got the last laugh still.
It's mad, isn't it?
It's a kick in the tooth, man.
Listen, do us a favour, everyone. 245 people in here, and he still ain't got 200 likes yet. Still 13 short. Smash the like button.
Come on, guys. Smash the like button. Come on.
It's like 20 minutes to midnight, and the geezer's on doing a stream with all the lads here. Big up, everyone. See you all in the morning, 9:30, breakfast brunch. Have a great rest of the show. Big up to the chat. See you soon, Dan. Take care, Cookie, everyone. Mate. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, Chris. So, look, I mean, I know you, obviously. I've spoken to you on the show the weekend, and I'll probably ask you the question, but you putting anything on this season, Chris, or it's just, we're building a team. It's going to take a season or two, and then maybe we'll qualify the Champions League in another 3 seasons. Doesn't matter. What are you putting anything for this team to do this season?
I think that's a great question, because I think it's the question I would ask people who are really, really unhappy about the window. Like, what are you expecting that we're suddenly going to be third? Like, we've been 17th 2 years in a row. So
who's really unhappy with the window, Chris?
Who's really unhappy with it? You serious? Like, I think a lot of people, certainly the end of it. Like,
are you talking about us on the panel, or are you talking about the fan base in general?
I'm talking about the fan base in general, mate. To be fair,
thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are, because I think from what I observed, the general position is, yeah, sure, we've signed lots of good players, but we still have a gap here and there. Therefore, it's a disaster, and the board are negligent, etc., etc. That's what I see in the Spurs fan base, and I just think it's a little.
Do you think that's the biggest opinion, or do you think that's just a small size?
I think it's the most common opinion on social media. Which take that answer however way you want.
Okay. I've actually got questions about De Zerbi, and I want De Zerbi, sure. and I'm backing. I've actually got questions about why he continues with Tell and Gray. I don't get it. I've also got questions as to why he didn't force Bergvall, Ritchie, and others out and just say, look, you're not going to be part of my plans. You're not going to play for me. You're just going to rot at the club if you stay. Go. I question some of his substitutions. As much as I think the transfer window, as I've said, is messy. To me, it looks messy. I can't quite make sense of it yet. But I'll reassess it in 10 games' time. But with De Zerbi, I like De Zerbi, but I'm a little bit unsure as to some of the things he's doing at the moment. You know, more than the transfer window, if I'm honest with you.
I can't say one point, and then I'll shut up because I've spoken for a bit. But I agree. My biggest concern is that he talks about a changing culture and all that kind of stuff, and then goes and names 5 players who've been here for 2 seasons and lost week in, week out as our captains. And there is, in the first couple of weeks, there are some real issues. I don't take away from that at all, but at the same time, I will judge that again in 6 weeks, 8 weeks. I'm expecting to see progression fairly quickly because he's got a lot of time on the pitch. He's got good quality players. So I'm expecting to see some improvements pretty fast from Roberto De Zerbi. I think we'll see them, but
yeah, I do.
We'll see what happens. I'll let other people go because I've spoken for a bit.
What's worrying?
Doesn't help, does it?
Go on, Nige. Go on, mate. Go on.
I was going to say quickly, it doesn't help, does it, with the transfer window, which has been, I'd say, really good up until the last week. It doesn't help when we've lost our 2 opening league games. You know, if we had got a win and a draw, I think a lot of people may be feeling a little bit differently about this window, but because we started so badly, we're all hoping for maybe a few extra bodies that would help us, and maybe a lot of us feel that Tosin and Mudryk are not the kind of players that are gonna help us too much.
How I've seen how you can analyse Spurs after the first 2 games. Which is a bit critical, but the way I look at it is you just analyse it from game to game, I guess, yeah? So much with new incomings and lots of outgoings, so much has changed, but it still looks the same on the pitch, doesn't it? There's no... That front line, that front three, I like the weekend's game, I couldn't wrap my head around is lineup choice, putting Porro right wing.
What else should he have done then, Dave? What would you have done?
What I would have done, I would have put a square peg in a square hole, mate. You just put Mikey Moore there. Not ideal, but at least you've got a natural winger and a natural right back playing in their natural habitat.
I agree with that.
Porro looked well out of sync, and we all know Archie Gray looks well out of sync at right back. He's even come out and said, I don't like playing right back. Do you know what I mean? So the only thing that's worrying me this season is we're still short in certain areas. I get that. And I also get that we couldn't get everything done in one window. But what worries me is more holes creeping in the team if we get injuries again. And for the last, and history tells you, what's going to be any different this season when we've got injury-prone players still at the club? that's the worrying thing for me. So I think when people say, like, we're going to cook under De Zerbi, we're going to, do you know what I mean? I don't think it's going to be that plain and simple. I think the team's going to not going to start gelling properly till at least November, maybe December. And then who knows what happens if the worrying thing I've got, if we lose Fernandes and Tonali in that double pivot through 3-4 weeks of injury, we're fucked. Sorry, my language.
We've got Bentancur.
Yeah, and we've got Gallagher. We finished 17th.
Can Gallagher, Bentancur not do a job in certain games throughout the season? We're not going to have a tough game every week, you know? Can they do it? I think so.
I don't know, guys. 2 17th place finishes tells me otherwise.
With a better manager, with a better system.
True. That I will back you up on that one. We have got better managers. Frank was a disaster from day one. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Well, so-called strikers, right? Mamouche, Savinio, yeah. We should be.
Yeah. Like I said, I think we'll be okay if we can keep our players fit. But what's worrying me is that we won't keep our players fit, because the last 2 years have showed me that we can't.
That's one game a week, but 1 game a week, no Europe. Obviously, that hit us hard last couple of seasons, right? Didn't it?
True.
So, I mean, I can't have these excuses, really. I think with De Zerbi's got to get it going on the pitch, and it's not going to be perfect. It's going to take a while. It could take up till Christmas. I think there's enough quality there we've brought into the squad. Yes, I said it's not perfect. There's positions that I still feel we should have got, but I still think there's enough there to get a decent team going over a period of time. And then I expect next year we should be pushing for Europe. That's what I expect. The money spent, De Zerbi in charge, good players now we've signed, got rid of a load of players. That's what I expect.
We've also got to take into consideration as well that we have technically got a January transfer window that we can top up if needed. Do you know what I mean? We clearly haven't spent all the money that was allowed, because we've got a net spend of under 100 mil. So there's still, that's what I said. And this is what I said. I said we are not getting an attacking midfielder this window, because I've said it right from the start. The board of Bank and De Zerbi are banking on the fitness of Kulu and Madders.
Yeah, and
do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? We've got Kudus, who's also played there. A lot of people go, no, he's a right winger naturally. And we'll actually know, if you go and look back at Ajax, he played most of his time.
Yeah, some of his best football was at
was in the attacking midfield position. I think personally in January, that's when we'll clear up the right back issue. I think that's when we'll go in and address that. Like I said, we couldn't do that in 1 window. I think Kinski will get a good run in the games. If he don't scrub up, I think we will go in January and sort out possibly a goalkeeper as well. But I just, like I said, like what we were talking about 15, 20 minutes ago, about closing the European market, I think it was a bit of a mistake in certain areas, because we desperately needed a natural number 9, desperately needed one. Mamouche is not a natural number 9. He's versatile, but he's not a natural number 9. He's either a false 9 or an inverted winger. Even for Frankfurt, he always played off of Ekatike. Do you know what I mean? He wasn't a natural up top like Haaland, a Kane. He wasn't a natural in that position. So I personally would have gone in for Guirassy. That would have been my number 1 pick. You want goals, that's your guy. A reasonable price. He's done it at the highest levels. Dortmund play Champions League football year in and year out. He scores goals for in League and Champions League. And it wouldn't have cost nowhere near to what we have been paying for Savio, Marmoush, I reckon he would have been 55, maybe 60 tops. That would have been what I would have done.
But the club didn't want to go abroad. So
Yeah.
we're all looking over the summer.
Yeah.
We all did it, right? A lot of us, not everyone, but a lot of people went over looking up players who could come into this squad to improve it, who could play De Zerbi way. We're all looking abroad, and it was just a waste of time. Total waste of time. Never signed one.
And it's like we're buying strikers in the Premier League, right? Who realistically could we have got? Thiago? Brentford would have slapped 70.
I don't like Thiago anyway. I think it's the same as Richarlison.
And then people were pivoting towards Mateta, who I think is just a Solanke 2.0. Do you know what I mean? He's no better than Dom. He's no better than the big Dom. Who else is there? Haaland, no chance.
Well,
Do you know what I mean?
If we're not going to bring in an out-and-out 9, right? If we're going to wait next season or the year after until we find what we want, then we should have kept Lancashire until that day. We should have just kept him at the club until then and seen, because at least he's an option. Especially now Richie just doesn't want to be at the club, and he's going to be a nightmare, by the way, at the club. He's going to be an absolute fucking toxic nightmare, he is.
That's another thing still that the manager's got to sort out, right? Whether or not he integrates him back into the team or he ostracizes him, right? So it depends. It depends on what he wants to do and what the player wants, because there's still the Turkish market that's still open. So he could get a loan into Turkey, right? So don't know what's going to happen yet. But if he goes on loan to Turkey or wherever, then Tottenham will reactivate his 1-year extension, because I mean, if it was me, I'd get rid of him today, terminate his contracts. That's what I'd do. But they're not going to do that, right? So I think, look, I think the one problem we have is that the fans just want instantaneous success, right? They want it right this second. They want everything.
What
done
is
right
that, Danny?
now.
Just be more specific.
Danny, I want a plan. I want a
if it was
plan,
up
not
to-
instant success. I just want a plan. This doesn't look planned. It looks a bit what we've done this window
To me, it looks
a bit
planned still. To me,
some of it,
still,
yes. Some of it is panic.
right. I can go halfway with you, right? I think that the plan, I think, was there for what they wanted to do, their main stuff they wanted to do. But as we all know, plans doesn't go according to plan all the time, right? I don't think they were expecting Danso 2 days before the window to hand in a transfer request or say, I want to leave the club, right? I don't think they were expecting that. I don't think they were expecting Jed Spence. They might have had a feeling that he might want to leave, but until they had that conversation after the World Cup, I don't think that they were expecting him to leave, right?
So then find a right back alternative. You've got to do something
but
about
still,
it.
But who's not to sit here and say that maybe, just maybe, De Zerbi said we don't need one right now, because maybe still he might use Malachi Hardy or the other youngster we played in the window in the preseason as the third option right back.
So why is he
Who's the
starting
other
Archie Gray 2 games in a row?
Because the kid that was used is injured now, isn't he? He's injured, right? Who's the kid we used?
You got Ty Hall and Ty Martin that both played that could do it, but he still went for Archie Gray. So I don't think any of our academy kids are getting a look in this season, Danny. None of them.
Because still,
It happens
if you're
every
looking
year.
at it from a logical point of view, it might not be something that we agree with, but Archie Gray is experienced in the fact that he's played over 50 Premier League matches, right?
Mate, he's
So
awful.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm just saying he has played. He's more experienced than a Hardy or a Tyrese Hall or whoever it is in the academy who played, right? So I think there's the argument there to be had, like whether or not the youngster deserves a spot over Archie Gray. And personally, I would prefer to see the youngster play, because what I saw in preseason, even though preseason, I liked what I saw from the right back, right, as a young player. So I would prefer that. But I'm not the manager. I don't make decisions. And if he's saying that Archie Gray, he prefers him and he trusts him, then what can we do, right? We just have to trust that this is what he believes, because he's got a vision of what he sees Tottenham in the next couple of years, right? He's got his vision of what he wants this year, what he can do, what is going the future windows. He's got the vision, right? And this right now we're in the teething stages. That's where we're at. We're at the teething stages of the project, right at the beginning.
Yeah, but Danny,
I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just saying, I don't think there was a plan. Some bits there was a plan. Other bits, I think they winged it. I honestly think Or if there was a plan, they badly executed it. I said to you earlier on, Groupie, they should have either gone all in or just pull out. Gakpo, we stayed in that deal for far too long. We waited until the end of the window, which is everything we criticised Levy of. We slammed Levy every single summer for lastminute.com. This lot have done it as well. They've gone and done the same shit, lastminute.com. We should have just said to Liverpool, look, we ain't got time. Back and forth, back and forth. We've been in this deal for 2 weeks. This is our price. This is the wages. Are we on or are we off? And as soon as we sensed that there was going to be more complications or maybe it might not happen, right, see you later. We've got to go somewhere else. But we left it so late. You know, the negotiations were poor. With it almost felt to me, right, after we'd done Tonali and Fernandez, our negotiation strategy just went to pot. It's like we just lost the plot negotiation-wise. It's weird because we started off so bloody well. You're thinking, fucking hell, this is different. Blimey, we're on it. We're quick. We're getting contracts. We're getting deals. We're putting the money down. This is happening. And then it just all went like this.
The problem is
a bit odd.
The problem is still they wanted their number one targets. De Zerbi came out in that period when we were still at 7 weeks where we hadn't signed anyone. He literally came out and says, I'm a shark, and when I want my number one target, I want my number one target. So when the manager is literally coming out and saying that still, then what are the club going to do if he's telling them, I want Gakpo? I don't care how long it takes. I want Gakpo. And if it's not him, I want Undai, right? And then if it's not him, if we cannot do them up until the last day, then we go for my other option, which is Mudryk. What if that's exactly the conversation they had still?
Can I just say that if that was the conversation, it shouldn't have all been left at the last minute, Danny, which is my point. Leaving things to the last minute always ends up bad for us. That's when we end up with Mwanis and Sissoko's. Every time we go last minute, we always end up with shit. And by the way, Echoes from the Lane, you're the same channel that for years and years and years protected Levy and Enoch when I was slamming them. So you were slamming me back then until you pivoted and just followed the wind. So if you want to come for me now, it's fine. But for 5 years, you've been so off the mark when I was bang on it. Leaving things to the last minute never works well at Tottenham. That is a negotiation strategy. We left it again to the last minute, which is why we've now got Mudryk, who maybe he'll be good, maybe he'll be shit, maybe no one knows. But most fans believe we could have done so much better than Mudryk. We all know we could have done so much better. And Tosin, like I said, maybe you think, who cares? It's only it's only fourth choice centre back. Who cares? Some of us, we do care. We don't want these players at the club anymore because these are the players that come on the pitch and cost us too often. You know, I just think we should never have left it to last. Danny, it goes back to what we were saying 2 months ago, right? I said we should have fixed the attack first because that was, for me, the biggest problem at this club was that attack. Some people think it's midfield. Some people think it's defence. I felt it was the attack. We should have just rectified that because at least then we've got goals in us. And at least then, even if we do struggle in games, we've got some killers that can save us, like Kane and Son used to save us. Leaving the attack last, I think, was so high risk. And now it's backfired because, let's have it right. If Savio, Mamouche and Kudus start, I don't think there's a Spurs fan that's unhappy with that. If you saw Mamouche, Savio and Kudus, guys, as your front three, would you be disappointed with that? I'll be quite happy with that. Right. But if one of them gets injured, this is where it goes wrong. Because in comes Tell, in comes Mudryk, in comes Sowanki. This is when it begins to go wrong. And we should have addressed that first. Now we've got Mudryk. And we've had to keep Tell. And we've had to keep Tell.
That's not our I love that idea. So we signed Tonali really early because he was available. So you would rather us have gone, actually, no, Tonali, can you please wait and not sign for these other clubs because we're busy?
No, Chris, that's not what I'm saying. What is clear to me that the area we fixed first was defence. That was the whole defence in terms of Robertson.
Could that not be because those players were available at that time?
Every player's available if you're prepared to pay the price and get the deal done quick. Right. The only reason we got Tonali is because we spent 100 million.
Transfers that have just happened in the last 24 hours, they should all have been done in July then.
Yeah.
We could have got Savio done last year. We waited a year on Savio. We could have done that before, Chris.
But Man City weren't letting him
Savio
go,
has
though.
been going on for 1 year. We could have done that.
I
at the
think
start
it's
of the
such
window.
a basic analysis to say, oh, we should have all done it in July.
Yeah,
of course,
yeah.
great. Every club should do everything in July, but 99% of them are all running around in the last 48 hours trying to sign players.
Okay, but we don't want to be like them. We want to be different.
So
I don't care what Tottenham do. Chris,
so
are you saying
you think all these clubs want to be running around in the last 20 and they didn't want to get the players in July?
Like I said, I don't care what the other clubs do.
No,
I care about what
we don't want to be like them, but
yeah,
they want to be getting them in early as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, if they do, then they would do it, right? In my opinion,
no, that's the whole point, Stel. Of course. What is the argument to say, no, we don't want them in July, we want them in at the end of August? It makes no sense.
Mate, we could have got Krupi. We could have got Krupi before he got injured.
All clubs want them in July. So why does that not happen? You're making it out like it's so simple, but no clubs do it.
Yeah, it's not.
We could have got Krupi early on. We could have got that done. We didn't.
But still,
and then he got injured, and then we had to pull out.
So we're now pivoting away from all of the clubs. We've abandoned that argument.
No, you're turning it onto all the clubs. I'm just focusing on Tottenham.
You said that. You said we don't want to be like all.
Yeah, I don't want to be like those clubs that leave it last minute. Yes, the clubs that left it last minute.
That's their strategy. You think that's their strategy? It's mad.
Look what happened to Chelsea. You not just said to me that Monaco just pulled the plug on their midfield replacement, right? Yeah. That's what happens when you leave it last minute. I don't want to be like that, Chris. No, I don't.
Neither do all the other clubs. That's the point.
Yeah. Then don't do. Okay. But I'm not here to tell other clubs to change their ways. I'm just about my club.
Why should Spurs be magically different to every other club in world football, and we should be able to get everything done in July?
I never said everything. No, see. Again, that's not what I said. I never said that. I said I believe the biggest area we should have addressed first was the attack, because I felt that was the most critical part of the team that was suffering for the last 2 years.
Sure, but you're basing the argument on that we could have got whoever we wanted whenever we wanted in July. This isn't true, is it? Why did Man City not get Enzo Fernandez in July? Why is it just happened today?
Chris, Man City did not have the problems that we had.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. So you're saying they didn't want Fernandez earlier? They just put their feet up.
It's relevant
on the last day.
Well, I will caveat
it's relevant
because they still had Rodri. They didn't need Fernandez back in July.
He left 3 weeks ago.
It's relevant because out of all the big six clubs, Spurs had the most amount to do than any other big six club because we had been 17
stack up against how any club behaves.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Those clubs do not have the problems that we've created, right? For me personally, it's just my view on this. The biggest problem at this club was the front three. The amount of people, James Flower. I'm going to quote James Flower.
Any problems? No.
I'm going to quote James Flower because he was spot on when he first said it. We have got a championship front three. That's what he said, and I agree with him. He got it spot on. When no one else said it, he said it.
I said that a long time ago.
I'm not saying, guys. Okay, you can take the credit, Danny. I don't care who takes the credit for that quote. Okay. Tit for tat. All I'm saying is, when we started the transfer window, the first thing we should have fixed was the attack. Now, whilst we're doing that, if the option of Tonali comes available, of course we should also do that. Why not? But to focus on the defense, let's get Robertson, let's get Senesi, let's get Van Heck. I would have put that energy, Chris, just my view. I would have put my energy. Let's make that front three fucking sorted once and for all, and then we can focus on the rest. We did it the other way around. And I think because we did it the other way around, we've struggled most with the attack because we left it last. I wouldn't have done that because I feel the attack is our biggest problem, which is why we haven't scored any goals yet.
Guys, I've got to say bye to Nige. Nige has got to run. He's got an early start in the morning. Big up, Nige, mate.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. I will say before I go, the only disappointment is I think it's been a really good window. The only disappointment for me is that if we're willing to pay 80 million for Gakpo, if we're willing to pay 60, 70 for Ndiaye, why didn't we? And I get we can't do it last year, the window. Why didn't we go in for like a Sade or someone like that if we're going for Prem proven? I will leave it there, though, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Have a great night.
Cheers, Nige,
take
mate.
care.
It's your link.
See you, Nige.
People subscribe to
Take
Nige
care,
if you haven't
Cheers.
already. Cheers, Nige, mate. Thank you. Yeah, look, it's all about opinions, guys, isn't it? On the transfer window, on what positions we should have prioritised. You know, it's crazy times, isn't it? It's crazy.
I disagree with Stel in terms of what I think is the most important thing. I thought it was the midfield for me, because we've had little boys in midfield for the last, since Moussa Dembele and Wanyama. We've had little boys, and we have not addressed it since then, and we have needed to address that for 6 years. Maybe.
The problem, Danny, is we're so shit in every area. Like,
Yeah.
you can argue that any
They're
area
all
was
priority,
priority,
weren't they,
because
Chris?
that's how
All of
bad
them.
we were.
Yeah. Agree.
The
I
thing is,
think-
the
I-
frustration is the time with the getting the players in, the forwards in before the start of the season, because we ain't scored a goal, have we? We really struggled.
I
We've
think-
had to play
I think
players that
that's-
we didn't want to play, and it's affected us.
But I think, Dan, if you look at how the window's gone for every single club, I think the hardest area for any club who's trying to aspire to be a top team is to get forwards in. Because
Fair enough.
especially given the fact that Tottenham were in a relegation battle last season and were 90 minutes away from championship football, I think the risk for them is they don't want to get it wrong, which is why they went for Premier League proven. And I completely agree with that stance for this window. And I completely agree why they had to do it, right? Because it's less risky to buy in the Premier League than it is to buy outside. So
Okay.
what I expect for the next windows coming up is I
Danny,
expect
not
the
if you
director
sign
of football to come
quality.
in.
Not if you sign quality, Danny.
Yeah, but
It's not
still,
risky.
every player is a risk. Any player you buy is a risk, regardless of where they're from. But in the Premier League, if they've played Premier League football, it's less of a risk.
We signed Solanke from the
simple as
Premier
that.
League. That wasn't a risk.
No, but he's not saying that, is he?
That's not what I'm
He's
saying, still.
Every transfer.
He's saying it's less of a risk signing a Premier League player. I disagree
Well,
with that comment.
that's 100% true, because
This
there's
is
a whole
true.
raft of risks, and one of the many risks is: are they going to?
In your opinion,
when they move their entire family to a brand new country, are they going to settle in? That's not going to be the same.
these are
risk as
excuses.
Solanke.
These are excuses. These are
They're not,
excuses.
though. We've
Scouting.
seen it
Scouting.
before.
How many times have we seen a
Eric's-
player? How many times have we seen a Premier League player go from a small club to a big club? It doesn't work because they can't handle the pressure, but they've got Premier League. They've got Premier League pedigree. For me, if you sign
It's
a
not binary
quality
thing,
European
though.
player, if you sign a quality European player, there's no reason why they can't be just as less risky
But
as
you
a Premier
still
League
have all
proven
of
player.
those risks of moving
Yeah,
the
you-
family. Are they
yeah.
going to settle into a different way of life?
Which is-
Basically, you have a massive checklist of risks in every transfer. When you Prem proven isn't a binary thing. It really annoys me when people say someone Prem proven is going to be a success and someone isn't is going to be a failure.
Yeah.
That's definitely not true. But there's a list of risks. When you're signing somebody who already lives in the country in which your team play, is used to the culture and has a settled family life, some of those risks are less than when those things are not true.
And that is a
Listen,
fact.
if you sign a young player who has no experience of any kind of culture other than their own and their country, typically the South American players, I totally agree. But when you've got European players who are more cultured, who have probably been in 2 or 3 different European academies, and who aren't very young, there's no look. I'm not saying this particular player, right? I'm not saying this player because we're never going to get him. But you're not going to tell me if we sign Caravascalia, that's a high risk. Sorry,
Stel,
if you're a good
Stel,
player,
your
if you're-
comparison is
No, no.
ridiculous.
No, it's not, because what I'm saying to you is
he's like the best
yes,
player in the world.
which is why I just said to you, not that player. But when you sign a good, like, I'll give you an example. If we sign Manu Kone, I don't see that as a high risk.
Right. Again,
It's
Don't
not
shake your head on that
about
one.
high
Oh,
risk.
no, shake your head. Tell me I'm wrong on that. I don't think that's a high
no,
risk.
it's not about that. It's about the players at the
No,
club.
it is
want
about
to
that,
sign.
Danny, because that's my point.
No,
it is about that.
It's not.
My point is, if you
Oh,
sign a
God.
quality player, regardless of where they play in Europe, if they're quality, I don't think it's high risk because they are footbally capable of just playing the game no matter what pitch. They can
like
do it.
Wirtz at Liverpool.
Like Solanke from Bournemouth.
Exactly. So we can do this a million times with loads.
But there's
of
no difference, right? There's no difference, Chris. That's the point. There's no difference.
But you're now saying there's you just said there's no risk with quality players, but Wirtz
No. I said no. You said risk levels. I'm saying it's the same risk.
Well,
No,
it's
it's
clearly not. Are you saying that
not.
someone who's never lived in this country it hasn't.
Sorry,
There's
you're wrong on
zero
this.
chance that they
If they're
might not
quality,
settle.
I never said 0%. You're adding that in.
Saying. I know what
You're
Stell's
moving the
saying.
goalposts.
Can I just say something, guys? I know what
You're moving
Stell's
the
saying.
goalposts,
If you can scout properly and get a solid European player, they can just be as good as someone coming from a Premier League team to our team.
We're not saying that though. That's not what we're saying.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Then.
That's what I'm saying.
What are you arguing over?
Chris has literally explained it in the most basic form possible, and no one's still understanding it. Right? Like, I'm going to say it in baby terms, right? If you're a player who's played in the Premier League for a few years, it doesn't matter what level, right? You're settled, you've got family, you've got friends, you've got your life settled. It is less of a risk to bring a player because there's the less things that they have to settle into.
I get that.
Right?
I get that.
So from Tottenham's perspective, who were literally on the cusp of relegation, they're in their minds, they're thinking, right, we don't want to be in this situation again. So if we go and get a player from Europe who might be good, what if he doesn't become good in the Premier League, right? He can't translate it. Or he takes 2 years to become good. We don't have
shit scouting. Isn't that shit scouting? It's shit scouting.
But that's what the club have decided still. The club have decided
that wasn't your argument.
Down.
That wasn't your argument. I'm countering what you just said.
No.
If we go sign a player that comes to Tottenham from abroad, no, you're shaking your head because I'm countering what you're saying. You can't rebuttal it.
No, Stel, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I am listening, and it makes no sense.
Not.
If you've got good scouts,
I haven't disagreed with that, Stel. I'm just trying to explain the difference between the risks.
There is no risk if the scouting is good. Arsenal just signed Solis.
You can't.
Arsenal just signed Solis. And he's clicked like that. Why?
How do you know? We haven't had us. We played one fucking game.
Because I've watched him pre-season and 2 games.
He's really had one fucking game still.
He looks good.
Oh my god. He got pulled off at half time.
All right, I'll pretend he didn't have a good game. I'll pretend to have a good game. All right, cool. Yeah.
The thing is, you can just pick players out that you can have any examples that put a hole in your argument. So I can do the same.
But I could put examples that dig you out as well, Chris.
But only because you're not listening to the argument.
I am listening to your argument, and I disagree with the argument. I disagree with your argument. To say that we can't sign overseas, to say I do know what your argument is.
We haven't said we can't sign overseas.
Listen, 2v1's easy. We can all do 2v1 battles. I'm happy to do it with you both.
No.
That's what's happening. I am listening. You're not listening. I am listening. I'm listening.
You're not understanding then.
I disagree.
I disagree. You're disagreeing with a different argument.
Yeah. No, I'm disagreeing with your initial argument that it's a higher risk to get players from abroad. And my counter to that is it's not a higher risk if the scouting is of a quality player. It's not.
No, you can't scout how somebody will settle in a foreign country.
You can scout the quality of the player and know that they will be able to adapt pretty quickly. Yes, you can do that.
Stel, can I give you one example, Stel? Right,
I gave an example. Manu Kone. If we saw Manu Kone, do you think?
No. I'm talking about players that come in from Europe, right?
Last year.
Right.
No, I'm asking about Manu Kone because that's realistic.
One player. I'm going to give you one player. Just one player. Right. One of the best strikers on the planet before he came to the Premier League. When he came to the Premier League, he couldn't hack it. Andrei Shevchenko. When he was at AC Milan, he was one of the best strikers on the planet. He came to the Premier League, right? So based on your logic, right? He because he's quality in the scouts quality, he's a quality player. He should be able to translate that into the Premier League. But what behold you not, he didn't. Now that could have been because he couldn't get up to the pace of the Premier League. It could have been because he couldn't settle in the country. It could have been a whole host of things. But just because the player is quality does not equate to them being good in another league. What the whole argument, what we're trying to say is that
less risk
from a perspective, from a business perspective.
So now can we talk about Erling Haaland? Can we talk about Erling Haaland who came from abroad?
Oh my God, Stel!
Oh no, Stel's got an answer. Panic!
You're not listening. You're not listening.
No, because what we're saying,
you're picking the worst example that happened, and I'm picking the complete opposite.
You're just not listening. You're not listening.
There's no point.
I am listening. There's no point because you don't like the rebuttal.
Argument is that no player can ever settle in the Premier League. So what?
I never said that. I never said that. You could say the same for Premier League players. You could pick a Premier League player that's been good, like Emil Heskey, brilliant at Leicester City.
100% you can. We're not arguing any different.
Went to Liverpool, he struggled. The same thing, guys.
Absolutely.
Right,
we're not arguing.
So therefore, it's the same.
We're not arguing that. That's not what we're arguing.
We've never said the Premier League proven means there's no risk.
No, you said it's
higher risk. Said that once, though.
Of course, it's high risk. But you know what, Stel? Breaking news. High risk things sometimes work and low risk things sometimes don't.
Breaking news, Chris. You can be a European player or a Premier League player and the same can happen.
So
guys, can we move on from this point? Can we move on? I'm getting bored of it. I've got to be honest. Like, you're not going to agree. I get what Stale's saying. I totally get what he's saying.
They're trying to justify Tottenham not going into the European market, and it's mental to try.
No, we're not.
We
have not tried to justify it, Stel.
Then what is the point of
Stel?
Risks.
Right. Hold on, Dan. One second. Because Stel seems to think that we're saying that we should have gone. We should stay with Premier League players. That's not what we're saying.
You're trying to justify it from a risk perspective.
No. I'm trying to justify it. Yeah, I'm trying to explain Tottenham's strategy, right? It doesn't mean I agree with it, Stel. For fuck's sake. If it was me, I would go outside the Premier League, right? That's the risk that I would take. But Tottenham, because of what has happened, Stel, they're deciding not to take that risk because it's less risky, right?
Absolutely.
That is why they've gone Premier League proven.
And it doesn't mean that they'll all succeed. It absolutely
Exactly.
doesn't.
Do you know what I think's happened, guys? Do you know what I think's happened with Tottenham? I think they don't trust their own scouting. So they think in their head, it's safer if we just go into the UK market, because in our heads, we're so shit at our job that it can't be a shit if we just do it here. When the reality is, it's not about risk. It's the lack of scouting quality. And what you said at the start of the show, Danny, the fact we don't have a proper high quality director of football is why we've done this. It's got nothing to do with risk. It's got nothing to do with risk. They don't have the confidence in their own ability because they haven't got the right people to do the job.
That is everything to do with risk.
So they've just gone with, UK. All right, look.
So,
we can disagree. We can agree to disagree.
No, but
we can agree to disagree.
It's contradicting because you're literally saying that what they've done is because they don't have a director of football, right? The reason is that what they've done, the strategy they've done, is because they don't want to take the risk because they don't trust themselves. You're literally talking about the definition of risk.
Danny. The way they've assessed risk, isn't the way you guys described it, as in it's more risky to go abroad. They've assessed risk on the basis of their own incompetency. That's what they've done.
It could be a whole host of things.
I disagree that going abroad and scouting a talented player is more high risk than the club thinking, let's just stick to UK players. I disagree with that. I think they haven't gone abroad because they don't know what they're fucking doing overseas because they don't have the competency.
It may be.
And by doing that,
why is that?
Because I think they've missed a trick.
Yeah,
because they've still got Lange here. Because they won't sack bloody Lange.
Right. I'm gonna literally tell you the definition of your point, your argument itself, right?
Yeah.
So
tell me about.
We've got Lange, right? We've got Lange, right? Yeah. So because we've got Lange still, based on your argument, does that mean then that they're gonna trust the decisions of the scouts and Lange by getting players outside of the Premier League when De Zerbi has already got ideas of players he likes in the Premier League? Which is more risky?
I think it's risky keeping Lange at the club. Full stop.
Oh my god!
They should have sacked him.
Look, we're not debating that. I agree with that.
But that's the core of the problem, though, isn't it? That's at the core. They don't trust him because when he went abroad before, he fucked it. They don't trust him.
It's not the argument, my friend.
No, but that is at the stem of my argument, though. I don't think Spurs trust their ability. It's not about UK versus Europe.
Because it is too much of a risk for them to trust themselves to go and scout players in Europe and hope that they come in without any problems and instantly make an impact, right? But if they go to players in the Premier League who have played in the Premier League at a high level, right, there is less of a risk. That is why they've gone for Premier League proven, and that is why, and it could be, still, to add to your point, it could be, yes, because we still have Lange. Yes, because we don't have a director of football. Yes, because maybe they don't trust the scouts. Yes, maybe the scouts and Lange and De Zerbi don't agree and get together, which is why they need a director of football, right? It could be all of those things combined. But Danny, the whole strategy from everything that we've just discussed is because it is less risky to buy in the Premier League than it is out of Europe.
It's not. Bentancur, Kulu, Van de Ven, all European.
I'm done with the conversation.
Yeah. Let's be done with this because we disagree. We just disagree. It's fine. We can disagree.
Because you're not getting the
Right.
argument.
No, I do get your argument. I disagree with your argument. You don't get my side of the argument.
It's not even our argument. We're just trying to explain what we think the club are trying to do. It's not even.
And I'm just trying to explain why your justification of what the club is doing is wrong.
We're not trying to justify what they're doing, Stel. We're just trying to explain to you what they're looking at, their perception
I
of it.
disagree with your explanation.
Right. End it. That's it. Good debate. Good argument.
Don't ever get me on with Danny again. And if Chris is going to be his little sidekick wingman, right? I need to get Maz on, so I've got my wingman. So we can go
Maz,
2 on 2.
delusional donut. Fuck you now.
Fucking, I'm knackered after that.
So, do you know what the funniest thing is? Right, we actually agree on the strategy that Tottenham should have.
I disagree with everything you say, even the colour of his scarf. And Chris,
I disagree.
Next time Chris comes on a show and explains a refereeing decision, I'm going to deliberately disagree. I'm going to find a rule somewhere in the world.
Everyone always disagrees with me anyway on refereeing, so that's nothing new. Danny disagrees with me on refereeing, so it's hard work.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Scott, mate, any observations? Hopefully it's not about this point, mate. Anything you want to add to the transfer window ending, the squad, whatever, mate?
I mean, I
want to pipe in on.
I just will never understand why we couldn't have got a striker in early. I know that I'll be told it's impossible, but I just think that that's the one thing that is the easy mistake. Everything else, we're not going to fix everything in the window. I just think a simple solution that they could have got done to make everything easier for themselves, even just the PR of it, right? Not that we should make transfer decisions solely from the PR. I just think getting in a player early in the attack, preferably a striker, because that would have been the place to go for me, would have made things so much easier. And then we have Pete in the chat, of course, saying we got Marmoush. We got Marmoush in after the season started, and there's questions about how he's going to fit as a striker. That's the problem. Get somebody in so that the first game you're not playing Tell, Richie, Moore. Things look a lot better. After that, then there's things that you can't do in one window. But not being able to address the goals this window, I'll never understand it. But we're not allowed to question, so it's good.
Now, Scott, now the window's shut, right? Where are you at with it all this season? Now, what do you expect to see from Spurs this season? What do you want?
Yeah, I think, like I said, top 10 for me. If we get top 10, that's a good season. We don't, we're going to struggle to get goals. We were talking about it today on Danny's show. I think it's going to be quite bunched up. I think, at the top, City, Arsenal, I would say Liverpool, potentially Chelsea, although hearing they didn't get Kamara might make their midfield concerned. But I think at the top of the league, those teams are going to be okay. And then I think there's going to be a big group of teams in the middle from like 6th place down to maybe even 14th, right? And the thing that concerns me is when you look at our squad, a lot of times when your points are that close, are we going to have enough games where they're 1-1, 0-0, 2-2 that stay that way? Because we don't have someone like in the past when we had Son and Kane who would change those kind of games. Somebody who I don't even love, but you credit him, like Bruno Fernandes. Hate him or love him, he's a guy that can make those difference. And when things are so close, if you get 1 or 2 games, 3 games that are changed from draws to wins, that you can get from a game changer like that, that could take you then from our season being in 10th to our season being in 6th.
Do you think
and that's
Mamouche
why I would
could
be a
a
little
game
bit
changer,
lower
Scott?
down the list.
Scott, Mamouche, can he be a game changer?
Maybe. I think we're hoping. I
Savio
don't
as
love
well,
him.
maybe.
I don't love him in the role that it looks like he's going to have to play. I just don't think that's the best use for him. I think that doesn't mean, look, he might be my favorite signing of the window, him or Fernandes and Tonali. I think they're all top signings. I just worry about how we're using him, if that's going to be the best way that he's had success in the past. Doesn't mean he can't adapt and change to it. But when you look at how he's had the most success in the past, it doesn't look like we're using him that way, which means then we kind of have to hope that he can adapt to that. And there's a question about that.
And then I'm going to widen this question to everyone else as well, because Scott kind of put us in that, I think you put us in that middle group of teams, right? Now, I think looking at those middle group of teams, our team, our squad can compete with that lot. So again, my argument is with a good manager, with a good system, why can't we push for Europe? Anybody want to disagree with that or may say, well, Dan, you know, you haven't thought about this? Fire away. No? No disagreements? No one saying, yeah, Dan, you're spot on or what? Silence.
I'm knackered.
No,
fair enough. That argument, mate, that was exhausting. Finished you off.
I've got his record up here in front of me, right? Do you know he's only won 2 cups in his whole managerial career? Coppa Italia Serie C Cup with, is it Foggia in 2016, and the European Super Cup, Ukrainian Super Cup with Shakhtar in 2021. Right? And they say his biggest achievement is finishing second with Marseille.
Not getting Brighton into Europe, Dave? Brighton into Europe is pretty good, isn't it? Getting Brighton into Europe.
No, don't get me wrong. He's a good manager. He's a good manager, but he's not top class, is he? He's not. Are we putting him in that bracket?
You can't, can you? You can't put him in that bracket because he hasn't managed that level of team, has he? This is probably the biggest club he's been at, Tottenham, right? And Marseille is obviously a big club in France, but we're talking Premiership. He said up, from Brighton to Spurs, different pressures, different expectations.
We don't. My point of my argument is that we don't even know if he's going to be successful for us. We're saying, I've seen fans on other channels, and I've seen it in their chats and saying we're going to cook. Do you know what I mean? And I don't get wrong. To be fair, I've probably said it myself, just like jumping on the hype wagon and everything. I do like De Zerbi. I do like his style of football. But what's the longest tenure he's ever had at a club? Was it 2 years max? 2.5 seasons? 2.5? I don't know. I don't know. Am I being really pessimistic here? But help me out.
I think Messiah at all. There's loads of Spurs fans paint out like he did something absolutely unbelievable and against all odds in keeping us up last season. I don't subscribe to that. But at the same time, he's the only manager we have at the moment, right? You kind of have to back him, really. We haven't got any choice, have we? So, but I agree. It's like,
guys, can I ask you 2 questions? Because I've not heard this before. So, do you rate De Zerbi, or are you not really major fans of his? Because I'm kind of sensing you do have a bit of uncertainty about him.
My uncertainty is his longevity serving at clubs. That's my only concern with him. I know for a fact he's not afraid to shout his voice out. Do you know what I mean? So if things aren't going his way, who says he won't do what he's done at other clubs? I know he's on a. Then again, saying that though, I could caveat my own argument and say £12 million a year says he will stay and just ride it out. But
isn't that what the Spurs fan base have been clamoring for, though? We always want a manager who wants to tell us the truth and not one who wants to play to the club narrative.
Yeah, true. But we had that one. We had one of them in Conte. And look what happened to him. Do you know what I mean?
It's a different ENIC now, everyone says, right? ENIC 2.0. So,
what about you, Chris? Chris, what about you? Are you?
I think he was the best we could have got when we needed a manager. So I think there's lots of reasons to think that it could work, but I don't subscribe to this Messiah theory that he did something amazing last season when he came in. Look, he did keep us up, so I'm not knocking it, but I think he was quite fortunate in some ways. He was able to play a midfield that Thomas Frank couldn't play, and he had to play the kits Thomas Frank. So I think Thomas Frank would. I'm not saying he's a great manager either, but I think he would have kept us up.
I was saying that all along.
Yeah, De Zerbi
I
came in.
totally agree with that, Chris. Paulini was fit. He didn't play him.
I mean, I'm not going to go.
He did. He dropped Paulinho. He did, yeah.
Yeah, but when he was playing them, we were getting the most results. When Bentancur and Paulinho were the midfield two, we got the most points. And based on the data, he would have kept us up. Just saying.
Guys, can I ask you, if you had a choice, like we're starting brand new, we're new season, clean slate, would you rather have De Zerbi or Glasner as your manager for Tottenham?
You love Glasner.
I'm asking you what you lot. I'm asking you guys what you would have done.
Glasner.
I would have picked Glasner.
Me, De Zerbi.
I would have picked Glasner.
The Spurs fans would have, if they don't get nice football, the Glasner football would not last at Spurs. It just wouldn't.
Hold on, that's not my question, Danny. It's you as a fan, which as a manager of the club and the team. I'm with you. I prefer De Zerbi's football, but as an out manager, I think Glasner's a better manager.
I think
That's a different question.
Glasner is. Yeah, it's a different question. Exactly.
All right,
there's two questions there.
Okay, I'll say to my initial question: who would you prefer as the manager? Then? Who would you prefer?
De Zerbi.
Chris?
And the reason why. Oh, go on, Chris.
No, I agree because I'm a season ticket holder and I've got to watch this shit every week. So
yeah,
we don't know the outcome, right? If that decision is today, we don't know which one's going to be successful, which one isn't. On the hope that whoever you appoint, you always hope when you appoint a manager, you always hope that they're going to be successful, right? On that basis, I would rather watch a manager that's got an attractive style of play than one that doesn't. So, and this is where going back a year or so, Stel, I know I had different view around the Europa League. For me, a lot of it is about the journey, and I can't sit there and watch shit week in, week out, costing me a fortune. Even if at the end we win a League Cup or something, I can't. I'd rather watch and have weekly entertainment and hopefully better results on a consistent basis than shit everywhere. Like I couldn't stand Ange. I know it's not about Ange, but I'm just trying to draw the comparison. So
neither could I.
Those are the reasons why I'd rather. I know Ange was more entertaining, but he was so naive and ridiculous that it was the same thing every week, right? We were just getting run through all the time. So yeah, those are my reasons why. Even if you could counter and say Glasner maybe more likely to win something, possibly, I wouldn't disagree. But.
So one for Glasner, two for De Zerbi. What about the other three? What about you guys?
Simple for me. Glasner's one more, so easy decision to make.
Yeah, I'm Glasner. My question would be: you think we're going to see good football under De Zerbi this year?
Yes.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm hopeful.
With the players we have.
Dan,
guys, actually, stop. I've got a super chat. Yeah, I want to read it out. You know, it's got a super chat. Big up Benji, mate.
Tell Benji to fuck off.
Yeah, well, yeah, appreciate him. I can't, mate, when he comes in with a super chat. Big up Dan Panel. Don't listen to Stel. He thinks no idea. Ndai was a panic buy. Stop moaning about the foreign market. Who cares? Less risk in Prem. We're not going back there.
I agree, Benji.
Big up Benji.
Can I just reply to?
I'll forgive. I'm sorry for swearing at you, Benji.
No, you can't, Stel. No.
It's very quick. Mate. Let me just crush him one time, right?
Oh,
don't listen to Stel. Okay. Next time you ask me to redirect my viewers to you, I won't listen. Next time you ask me to come on your show, I won't listen. Next time there's a podcast, a big podcast that's looking for a Spurs content creator, and I give them your name, I won't listen to that too, Benji. Have a great day.
Big up, Benji, mate.
Very, very quickly, Dan. I just want to ask you on the back of what you just said about you'd have Glasner because he's won more.
Yeah.
What if it's Ange or Roberto De Zerbi?
Oh, mate, Ange. I'm not happy with Ange, even though he won the Europa. But it's different.
At least you're
Glasner's gone to Palace and he's won the FA Cup.
But at least you're consistent.
No, but it's true though, isn't it? Like Glasner, we all think he might not play good football at Spurs. It's different players, different team. You don't know, do we? We don't know. He has to play a certain way with teams he's got.
Genuinely, you'd rather have Ange than De Zerbi?
No, De Zerbi over Ange.
So it's not about winning.
I just think Ange got a bit fluky in that.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. You know, I absolutely stand the guy. But
Glasner, he won at Frankfurt. He won at Frankfurt. He went to Palace and won. Who's ever won at Palace? I mean, he's done a remarkable job.
Hey, Glasner,
he's ever won at Spurs, but Ange did that.
Yeah, well, fair play, but we were a shit show in the league and terrible.
I'm not. There's no way I'm turning into an Ange fan.
Please no.
Wait, hold on. 3 said Glasner,
please
2
don't.
said
No.
De Zerbi. There's still 1 vote that hasn't been casted yet.
Scott M, you said Glasner, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dave?
Oh God, I'm going against everything what I stand for and believe in it, but I'm going to have to go with Glasner because
Fucking flip flop.
he's more proven. I love De Zerbi. I do like him. I like his style of play, but I still don't think he's got the right players in to.
When you say he's
There's
proven,
question marks, Dave. There is question marks. He's got to prove it.
I'd love to see their Premier League records and see who's better. Okay, I genuinely don't know, but when you say Glasner's more proven, he might have won the FA Cup, and there's some shit competition in Europe. But.
Conference League, yeah.
I think it'll definitely be.
By the way,
will be better,
West Ham won the Conference League as well.
So who is more proven, Scott? Then in that case, if De Zerbi's got a better record over a longer period,
well, I'm not going on based on proven.
I'm asking the question. I'm not.
Yeah, I think. Honestly, like my answer would be either one. I think they're pretty similar level managers, either one. And I probably would be. I'm a little frustrated with decisions I've seen from De Zerbi, and maybe if Glasner came in and was screwed by Enoch, like I might be more frustrated with him. So I might be skewed by my frustration with De Zerbi right now, and Glasner's kind of farther away. So
there's also an element there with Glasner and De Zerbi, and this can apply to players as well. But we're now seeing everything De Zerbi does during a game, right? Everything. Whereas when he's at Brighton or Marseille, we're not watching week in, week out and getting frustrated by this or that or playing a player out of position. So, yeah, that point might exactly be true. If Glasner was here, we might have similar frustrations.
What is amazing is I think for the last 6 managers I can remember, they all were terrible at their subs. At Spurs, right? They always do their subs too late. But when they're at the other club, they do their
well, Jose didn't. Jose loved an early sub, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, that's true. He didn't give a shit.
I love that.
Do you know it would have been interesting to see Conte, Mourinho, and Frank, any of these managers, given the backing that De Zerbi was given?
No.
See what they would have done.
The one I would have wanted the most was
Conte.
Probably Conte. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they got this kind of investment.
Conte with Son and Kane and getting this kind of investment, we would have won the league. No doubt.
I think Mourinho would have caused some damage.
Bastoni would have come in. Still, Bastoni would have come to Spurs. We would have had Bastoni as our left centre back.
In fact, if Poch got this kind of backing. In fact, do you know? I read somewhere we've spent more on De Zerbi than we did on Poch in 5 years.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, the team was so good. The team was so good under Poch that if we'd have spent this kind of money, we could have made loads of mistakes with that money. And as long as we got 1 or 2 right, we still would have pushed on. But it's all gone. It's a long time ago now, isn't it?
I think for me, I think De Zerbi is the right man to take us into whether that's going to be to win a title in the next 5-10 years, whatever it is. I think he's the man to take us to the next level anyway, from where we are, because I don't think it's going to be that, well, not difficult, but it'll be difficult. But I think he's the right guy at the right time for this project, for where we are right now. I think he will get us on a much better path.
He's still got to achieve the hardest thing to do. He's got to change our mentality shift. That if he gets that, then everything else will fall into place. But no previous manager has been able to change, other than Pochettino, has been able to change our mentality shift.
Yeah, but he's not going to. Dave, he's not going to. Whilst he keeps the Tells, the Ben Davies, these players,
it's going to be a working process. It's a working process.
Look at Arteta. Everyone left other than Saka. Look at Klopp. Everyone left other than Henderson. Every manager that has a big project, they literally clear it out so they can work with their players from fresh and embed what they want.
But
we've still got. Yeah, you know, he is. But what I'm saying to Dave is we won't see that mentality shift until they're all gone.
Yeah.
That's why Arsenal finished 8th for 2 years in a row. They were still shipping them out.
I completely agree. Yeah.
And I think he's done the right thing. He got rid of all the bad eggs. like the Aubameyangs, Nasris, and stuff like that.
Lacazette.
Lacazette's, yeah. And he
Ozil's.
just built from strength to strength. He started with his process in the Gabriel Jesus's, the Zinchenko's and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? The fringe players from the bigger clubs. That's how he's, and this is exactly what we've done. Do you know what I mean? So
do you not think, Dave? Do you not think then what he's doing now is exactly that, right? And he started to do that because if you look at what he's stuck by this whole transfer window, his biggest motto is, if you don't want to be at Spurs, go, right? That is the best way to change mentality, because he doesn't want players there who are just there for a paycheck. He wants players there who want to play for the badge. That's why Jed Spence left. That's why Richarlison's going to fuck off or not be integrated. Even though he wants to be, he's just not good enough. Yeah. And I know we know he gives his effort. He's just not good enough, unfortunately, right? But all the players that have left is because they didn't want to play for Spurs. And the only way you change your mentality is by bringing in players who want to play for Spurs. That's it, right? And then you start building the mentality and the culture within the squad, right? That's the only way it happens. So what we all want as Tottenham fans, to see a squad full of people who are giving 100% effort, 100% desire and the right attitude, is once first of all, the players get more confidence in their own ability, right? Which is what De Zerbi has to work on this season. He's got to get them to get the right attitude, and he's got to get them to really believe in themselves, right? And then when they start actually producing good football and results, then that will come up, that will grow, right? But this is why this season is going to be an up and down season, because there are players in the current squad who are probably in the starting 11 who I still think, I'm not sure if they want to be at Spurs, right? For example, the captain, Van der Ven. I'm not sure if he wants to be at Spurs long term. We all know he signed a new contract, but doesn't mean that I think at the back of his mind, he's thinking Liverpool. That's what I think that's what he's thinking, right? And the problem is, when you've got a player or a captain whose head's not fully focused on the club, it's never going to work, right? Which is why I think this season, De Zerbi's going to see from the players that are still there that didn't go out in this summer window, right? He's going to look at them and say which ones are not part of my plans. Yeah. And this is what. Go on, Chris.
I was just going to make a point on that. I know we put Arsenal forward as the example, and I understand why. But Arteta came in halfway through the 2018-19 season, right? So early in 2019. Ozil didn't leave until 2021. Aubameyang didn't leave until 2022. So it's not as though he came in and just went, I'm going to move all of these players out in one go, right? It did take him 2 or 3 years. I think as Danny or Stowe, one of you said, that's why they finished 8th and 5th, right? So it is going to take a little bit of time.
But Danny, isn't that what's so puzzling about why did Richarlison start then when we heard that he wanted to leave multiple times? That's what I don't get. Is he said we want everybody out that wants to go. Then we heard Richarlison told him multiple times he wanted to go. Then I'm confused why then it seems like a perfect time to say then don't start Richarlison.
From what I've heard, just very, very quickly on that, from what I've heard, that's very much a Tottenham view of the story, right? I've heard from other people who I generally believe are reasonably connected that Tottenham have fucked him around a lot, saying we're going to keep you, we're not going to keep you. So 2 sides to that.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, so you're saying Richarlison didn't want to leave?
I don't know what Richarlison's view was, but from what I understand, Tottenham have done exactly the same. It's not just Richarlison going, I want to stay, I don't want to stay. It's also Tottenham going, we don't want you. Actually, we do want you. It's kind of understandable why he's not sure whether he's coming or going if the club are doing that to him as well.
So you know, the only thing I will say is no manager that started any project has been given this kind of investment in year one. And I think this is where the pressure is going to be different for De Zerbi, because if it doesn't click soonish, it's going to get called out by rivals. It's going to get called out by our own fans saying, fucking hell, we've spent all this money and it's not clicking yet. Whereas Arteta got a couple of years, Klopp got a couple of years, Fergie got a couple of years, because there wasn't this massive investment thrown into it from day one. It was built up over time. So it'd be interesting to see how the mentality of fans
I think you do need progression along the way. Though it frustrates me often that fans put out the argument, you've got to give him 3 years, whoever, not just De Zerbi, whoever. And I think, well, yeah, with the caveat of that, I can see some progression during that time, right?
Agree.
So as much as I'm saying right now, I'm fully behind De Zerbi, I'm expecting progression in the next 6 or 8 weeks. And if I don't see it, I'm not saying I'll be De Zerbi out in 2 months' time, but I'll be bloody doubting a lot more than I am now. If we're playing like we have the last 2 games in 2 months' time, I've got some serious concerns.
Like what you want to see, I completely agree, Chris. I think I look at it like every 10 games for me this season is a barometer, right? Every 10 Premier League games, roughly. That's where you can judge to see what kind of progress we've made every 10 games. So every quarter, essentially. And I think that you want to see by within the next 10, up until the first quarter, that we can start to see even more fitness. The players coming back from injuries. We start seeing even more fluid football. We start seeing more build up from the back. We start seeing more confidence in the players. You want to see, you might not get wins all the time, but you want to see a couple of wins in there, maybe a couple of draws and 1 or 2 losses, right? That's what you want to see. And then you want to keep seeing that progression in the football, in the mentality, in the attitude. That's where you can judge. This is how I would judge it anyway, for me. So
you know what, Scott M hit the nail on the head a couple of days ago. I think it was on this channel. I was in Thailand. I was watching one of the YouTube channels. I think it was you, Scott. Correct me if I'm wrong. You said that what was most damning about the Newcastle loss wasn't that we lost. It's we lost to a team whose manager's only been there for 3 weeks and that they've lost all their best players. Yet look how they seem quite organised and were able to win against a team that's had a manager for longer and spent more.
Yeah, but still, is there not an element of that almost all of I think 8 of their 10 outfield players have been there for ages. So they train with each other every day, right? So they're used to they've already got those team dynamics when you start 8 out of 10 people who have already been there. We've got a bunch of strangers. So much that I don't know. I'm offering a theory. I'm not saying this is definitely
Chris,
true.
that would be true. That would be true if it weren't for, and I'm included in this, right? So I'm not trying to make out it's others. I'm included. So many of us said, yeah, we'll beat them. They're a mess. Before we played them.
I just
so many of us Spurs fans said that, and then we played them.
I wonder with Newcastle, he's been there so little time that, and I'm not saying I'm right, I'm just offering a theory. He's been there so little time that actually a lot of that teamwork, a lot of that dynamic between them is still legacy from the Howe days. I wonder as he gets more of his own philosophy across, and more of his own players come in, will you actually see that change a little bit within you? And possibly in the short term,
I think for me, when I said that comment, it wasn't even so much about individual players. I don't think Newcastle did anything special. I don't think that, that was kind of, I think they had a simple game plan. The wing backs are a problem. We're going to put the ball long. We know that Elanga and Barnes are fast. So I don't think it was like amazing. What I did think though is it's clear to see what what Newcastle's plan was.
It was effective.
They went in and had a plan. And I don't think for me that we looked like we had a plan. Part of that, like you could say, is okay because we have new players. But to me, I think that I just was impressed with the new guy that he just came in. He didn't reinvent anything. He didn't go crazy. He just said, we have a simple plan. Let's go out and implement it. We didn't do that. And you might be right, Chris, because it might be because our players haven't played together that too much. But I would just wish I would have seen more of we're playing against Newcastle. Let's see what we can do to get through. This. Like a lot of what we saw, like you said, Matt, a lot of what he did, like you were talking about, De Zerbi didn't come in here and do some amazing things. He came in and simplified everything so we could get through a game. And I saw more of that kind of aspect from Newcastle than I did from Spurs. That was my point.
It was that Gonzalez bloke from City. He ran the show, you know. That bloke from City, he's the standout player out of everyone in that midfield. That ball he played.
All the things, Scott, you just said are what I'm expecting to see. So I'm not panicking right now. For me, right now, I can sort of understand. I could find a defense for him if I have to. What really annoys me is how we got to game 2 of the season, having just brought in some play. Why have we got a bunch of strangers? So I do agree with Sel's principle. Ideally, we'd have want them in ages ago. Factually, we haven't. So I can offer a defence right now. If that progression is not there in due course, then that defence goes out the window. My annoyance, though, right now is not so much at De Zerbi, though I do have some elements of concerns. It's just, my biggest annoyance actually isn't even how the transfer window's gone. I absolutely annoys me so much that we do these absolutely bloody ridiculous pre-season tours that does not put us in any position that we're ready for the start of the season. We do not prioritize the Premier League season. We prioritize the commercial revenue.
But does all clubs, Chris? All clubs have that though, don't they? All clubs have doing that.
Well, no, some of them have stayed in Europe, right? Some of the bigger ones. I understand why we're doing it. Don't get me wrong. But if we're really serious, then I don't think you arrange the trip in the way Tottenham have arranged it. I think it's
Dan, other than Chelsea, every team we played was Mickey Mouse. Literally, maybe Hoffenheim a little bit, but some of the teams we played, fucking waste of time, man.
It was a terrible plan. I agree with everyone. It was shocking.
I was just going to say, Chris, I think you said it. You said it last stream too, so everybody can get some credit here. We look like we were still in preseason. Yeah, Newcastle looked like they were.
It's true.
Yeah, it's true. That game looked like we were in preseason, not just because of De Zerbi, but because of how we had everything. I do think, going to Australia doesn't help, but even if you go to Australia and New Zealand, and then you have the Getafe game and the Hoffenheim game, and you treat those more even, those games seem to be totally throwaway games too. I don't think it's just on De Zerbi that we look like we're in preseason. It's the whole approach.
Yeah.
Guys,
I have to go down.
Cheers, Scott. Go on, Dave. And then I want to say something, Dave, after you, because I want to push people a bit now.
All right. My summary after the first game, because I was so pissed off with the way we played, and it's not why we lost, but it's how we lost against Brentford. That's what was the most upsetting part. I looked at it as I've done a show on it, and I said basically one team prepped for pre-season properly, the other one didn't. You had 11 players who knew what every other one of their players were doing versus 11 strangers. It was a Saturday league team. This is semi-pro now. It's a Saturday league team versus a Sunday league team in a cup game. Do you know what I mean? The levels were just completely apart. And against Newcastle, what I did take out of that game, even though we lost, got to see a bit of what I like about the Van Hecker, when the way he can just split through his passing ability, just take their whole midfield out. But the problem is that game, we had our forwards at the time, do you know what I mean, just weren't on the same page, just weren't reading it. But that will come in time, I know, because Marmouche, he probably have one training session before he was thrown out there. Yeah. You know what I mean? I get that. But out of the three, Porro, Tell, and Marmouche was the best, the most exciting one to watch. The one who was trying to, do anything. Do you know what I mean? Out of all of them, and he's had probably one training session, and he's got thrown into the team, and he looked like the most likely to get something, create anything, than players that have been there for 2-3 years. The game was a mess right from the off, though.
Dave, there was an opportunity after half-time, right, where De Zerbi could have made some changes. He could have tactically changed it. He could have made some substitutions. We all saw where that game was going. 10 minutes into the second half, nothing was happening. We weren't pushing. Porro was out the game. Tell was doing his usual stuff. Marmouche, I felt, faded. And it was that 10-minute period, this attacking momentum chart shows, that De Zerbi didn't act. He didn't act to change the game in our favour, and then what happened. So it's little things like that I think De Zerbi can do better at, even though with not his first strength team, not with, fit players or whatever. That's the sort of thing I want to see improvements over the forthcoming weeks.
Brentford, by the way, didn't bugger off halfway around the world. They went to France and then spent the rest of the time in England. So.
It's better, isn't it, Chris? It's much more sensible, mate. I agree with you.
they're not the commercial juggernaut that Tottenham are, right? We all know, right? This is the least controversial statement of the evening. That's nothing to do with football. Going to Australia, it's just money, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's good for the
came out
over there to see a team.
Van Hecker came out and said, I was after the pre-season tour, I was physically, mentally exhausted from all the travelling. He actually said that. Do you know what I mean? In one of his interviews.
more of them were like more of them were
poor players,
like
poor
that.
players getting flown across the world, and all the money they're on, and poor players.
Yeah,
I don't feel sorry
you
for
say
them.
that, Dan. You say that though.
No, I
but
do say
at the end
that.
of the day, the fans are the ones that are moaning that we're not getting the results, and it's because of the negligence from how they're taking the players across the world just for money, when they should be in England playing in England. So
I get
kind
that
of
part.
it's a two-way thing, right? You can't moan about the us doing bad and then say, "Oh, poor
But
players."
do you buy it that they're tired? Do you reckon that really after a few days of recovery, you don't think they can recover?
Human, just because they're footballers doesn't mean they don't get drained from that long traveling. It's like it's like a 24-hour travel to Australia.
Well,
I
don't have much sympathy, really. I don't have much sympathy. I'm sorry. I don't.
Dan, apparently you've missed some super chats. I know it's off topic. But...
Oh, have I? Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm not with it. I'm flagging.
No surprise. He vanished for ages. So
I had my internet.
I think Curly Norman.
Cheers, Del. Curly Norman. Big up to you, mate. Always watching the channel. Big up to you, man. Only Spurs can spend almost 400 million in one window and still have Richie, Tell, and Solanke on the team. Unacceptable, in my opinion. Anybody want to bite back at that?
Shows you how shit the squad was in all the other areas.
100%.
Tell, Richie, Solanke.
I mean, that bit I completely agree with. They were useless.
Yeah, good comment.
I mean, the whole team were useless, weren't they? Yeah. They nearly got relegated. The whole team were useless. All of them.
Isn't it fucked up that the front three that have cost us for a couple of years are still the front three we've got at the club? I know they're not going to start, but they're still there. The whole front three.
I will say this though: Solanke was part of a De Zerbi team that finished 5th in the league. He was the striker. Scored 16 goals in the first season. I will say that. Just saying.
What team was that?
Ange's first season.
It's Ange.
Your manager.
Yeah, but Solanke didn't score hardly any goals.
Yes, he did. He scored 16 goals still
across all competitions. Across all competitions.
Was this? Are we including like Carabao Cups and Europa leagues and all that shit?
Yeah.
He still scored goals in the Premier League still.
Yeah, but how many, Danny? How many
11.
Did you get? 6?
9, isn't it?
11 goals.
Is it 11 or 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
It can't have been 11 because that would have beaten Richarlison. Richarlison scored more.
No, we're talking about the first.
Listen, Solanke's an average striker. He's not shit. He's just a very average striker.
He's better than Richarlison.
So guys, looking at what the Boom verse has put here. Guys, let's just change it a little bit to see what the Boom verse is saying here, right? The only example, Poch 5th, Ange got 5th. You know, what, guys, honestly, do you think we can get 5th, 6th, 7th Europa League, Chris?
They're completely different. That comment blows my mind. Like just saying because Poch finished 5th. What? So what? Like different league, different players.
But can De Zerbi do it, Chris? What do you say? What do you want? What do you think can happen? I know you said you want improvements on the pitch over a period of games, but what do you want Tottenham to achieve in the second part of the season? Do you want Europe? Do you think if we don't get Europe, it's disappointing? With one game a week.
I think we should. I think we should qualify for Europe. My big thing is always, like, you know, at the start of the season, people say, where'd you finish? I worry less about that than how do we get to where we finish. So if we have an Ange first season and we start brilliantly and then we're shit at the end of the season and we limp home 5th, I was worried enough by then with Ange. If we'd have started really badly under Ange and actually finished like a fucking train with exactly the same number of points, I'd have been so much happier and so much more confident going into the next season. So it's about, I'm just using that season as an example, right? So I think we should finish in the European positions for sure. I mean, I was sort of thought maybe 6th, 7th, If we're 8th,
Okay.
I'm fine with that. But again, the caveat is the trajectory at the end of the season has to be convincing me that next season will be better. If the trajectory is like this, because I know this is very unlikely, but let's say we're 2nd at Christmas and then we tail off to 7th, then I'm really worried about what's going to follow next, right? So that's where I am.
Okay, so everybody's in agreement. I'm not sure about Stel actually. Stel was
I think if De Zerbi's got anything about him, as in real quality, he will get top 6. My view, because I hear what Chris is saying, but Poch did it because the last 3 months of Poch's season, we looked the business. Like we looked good. With Ange, you could see exactly what he was trying to do, and you could see that the players were doing it. So if De Zerbi's got anything about him, he will get top 6 this season. With the money we've spent, a lot of the players that have come in, he will. If this season, obviously, if we have an injury crisis, that changes everything. Because I think any manager's fucked at Spurs with an injury crisis, including Frank and Ange. If we don't have a major injury crisis, we get the odd injury, like Kudus is out for a month. Let's say Van Heck's out for a month. Okay, whatever. As long as we don't have a major injury crisis, if we finish mid-table or below, I think De Zerbi is not. He's not cut for it, man. I don't.
No, I agree. Though
I agree.
He's
got no excuse, man. He's got no excuse. He's had more money than we are short. I accept that. He's had more money than any other Spurs manager. He's got genuinely quality players in. He hasn't got Europe. He's got more time on the training pitch than almost any other manager we've ever had. As much as I've defended him a little bit at the start, I'm expecting to see massive improvements. So I'm completely agree with you.
Stel, what you said about Ange, right? In Ange's first season, he started like a rocket, right? And also Mourinho's first year of his year and a half, whatever it was, he started like a rocket too. But the difference with Ange is that we just kept getting progressively worse and worse and worse, and it wasn't getting better, right? And I think that's what I think Chris is alluding to, is that what we want to see is if we start shit, we have to go on the upward trajectory towards the end of the season, right? So by the last quarter of the season, Tottenham have to look far more better as a unit, as a footballing team, winning more games at the end of the season than at the beginning. I would be more concerned if Tottenham, I'd be more
just flip that Ange comparison. You remember when Ange started? Like we could see from day one Ange's impact, right? And initially we were all like, this is fucking amazing, because you could see what the players were doing. But how did that turn out? So that's why I'm not too worried right now. I did expect to see better. I'll be absolutely honest. I expected to see more than I've seen, but I'm not too worried right now, because even if we've learned from Ange. It's about the progression and the journey, not just can you get them to do what you want to do on day one, because it can all fall apart.
Okay, and another question on this. So say we don't make Europe. Is this on De Zerbi more than it is on ENIC? In your opinions?
I think it's on De Zerbi. Still on either ways. Unfortunately, Mr. De Zerbi, you've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, mate.
Yeah.
You're on the spotlight. And all the pressure is on to you now, right? Because let's be honest, as much as I don't like ENIC 2.0 or 1.0, I don't like any of them. They've delivered. They've brought you your targets. They've brought you, apart from in the last couple of days, but you wanted Tonali. They went out and got him. He wanted Fernandes. He wanted Savinho. He wanted Marmou. They went out and got all of them. Spent way over the odds, and probably, let's be honest, what they were prepared to pay, but they still done it. I bet they were crying all the way to the bank, spending that amount of money on players.
I completely agree, with one small caveat, which is if we are dominating games and looking like the dog's bollocks, but we can't hit the back of a barn door, then I'd say you need to keep him and we just need better strikers. But that's the only scenario in which if we sort of fail where I go. But you can see what he's doing. It is working. Yeah. Just didn't give him the strikers.
Makes sense, Chris. I agree with that.
Yeah, it does make sense, yeah.
I stick to what I said. a few weeks ago, and I haven't changed my stance on it. If he does not win games at home, it's all going to collapse. He has got to win home games because that's where fans will judge him the most.
Yeah.
If we lose all our away games, but we win all our home games, he'll be fine.
Still,
Yeah.
He's got to win games at home because season ticket holders pay money for the home games. You don't get away games or cup games included in that. You've got to pay extra. And we cannot go another season where we win 3 games at home all year.
Still,
if he doesn't fix that, they're going to turn against him. Forget what I want and what I think. The fans will switch on him, 100%.
Do you know what, Stel?
Look at the fixtures there. So, go on, Danny. Go on. I'll come in.
Just one thing. I think Stel's actually hit the nail on the head. I think that's the biggest barometer this season. I think is the home games. He's actually spot on because if we're winning away from home and we're losing all the home games, it's going to get so much more toxic in the stadium. It's going to feel like we can't win at home again. It's going to be another. It's going to be constant.
Danny will have bus parades by October.
Do you know what, Stel? Where it's going to be worse from is the external noise. It's going to be all the reporters in the post match and pre-match press conferences, right? They're going to be berating him constantly. You can't win at home. Why is that? What's the problem? Are the fans this? Da, da, da. It's going to be like that. So I think you're right that we have to start changing the wins at the home. We've got to start doing that.
Well, guys, look at the fixtures, mate. Come on here. Come on. Everton at home. Yeah, we got Villa at home, Coventry at home, Palace at home, Ipswich at home. I'm sorry. We've got to be winning most of those games. I'm sorry, new team, whatever.
He has to. You're right. He has
got to win those games. It's not acceptable if he doesn't. And I'm sorry, it will be questioned. He will be questioned.
We've got some difficult away games there. I mean, look at that: Forest, Liverpool, United, Chelsea. That's Leeds. That's no joke. Our away games are actually, you could excuse him for maybe not winning most of them, but if you can't beat Everton, and if you can't beat, Villa will be hard. But mate, he's got to beat Coventry, Palace, and Ipswich. He has to win those 3. He must.
Yeah, but guys, doesn't history tell you that home games like Coventry, they're always banana skins for us. We always flop against teams like that. We've done it under every manager we've had.
Only in the last 2 years.
Well, then nothing's changed, Dave. Then nothing's changed.
Exactly.
Ange's fault.
I've watched us go away, beat Man City 4-1, then go and lose to Fulham at home 1-0 the next week. Do you know what I mean?
He's come in to stop that, though, isn't he? He's been paid 12. See, one thing I keep saying to myself is he's on £12 million. He gets £1 million enter his bank account without taxes included. I don't know what the tax situation is, but let's just assume £1 million a month hits his bank account, and you can't fucking beat Coventry at home. What are you being paid? Mate, £1 million a month. Just visualize that.
Mental money.
It's big money. I think was he the 3rd highest paid manager in the league?
He is third highest. Yeah.
You got to get results, man. You're paid to get results. You got to get them.
Well, I don't know now. But Pep's no longer there, is he? So maybe he's second.
If you lose to Chelsea away, if you lose to Liverpool in the cup, if you get a draw against Villa at home, fans aren't going to lose their shit. But if you can't beat Coventry and Ipswich at home, man, you need to just give back your salary for the month. He should be on a month penalty, really. Fine.
And there's a little bit of comeback here from Luke. Big up to Luke. He says expecting to jump 13 places with the upheaval in the squad is crazy.
13 places.
Mm-hmm.
I just want us to beat Coventry and Ipswich at home.
No, he's talking about us predicting Europe places. Luke in the chat, the comment.
Well, it goes back to with the money that's been spent, and he hasn't moaned about any of it. He's coming out positive about all of it. He hasn't called out any players like Conte did. Then you've got to say, well, then you're happy with this, mate. If I've called Angie yes man, I've called Frankie yes man, then I'll call De Zerbi yes man as well. Then he's got. Look, it goes. I agree with Chris, and in fact, I agree with all of you. If we finish 10th, but we've been brilliant and we can't put the ball in the back of the net, it's because he wasn't given a number 9, right? I agree with that. But if we're playing bang average and we finish 10th, that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's unacceptable. We can't win.
I agree,
for a big club, we can't tolerate that. with the money we've spent and the money the manager's being paid. Arteta weren't on £12 million a year when he first started, nor was Klopp. Nor was Fergie, by the way. None of them were.
No,
so
they weren't.
He's got to that word progression, isn't it? Show us some real progression, and we can Spurs fans will be happy.
Okay, so anybody got any other talking points about the window or anything before we kind of start shutting down?
I think I'm just go on, Dave.
No, I just think, right, obviously left ourselves short again in key areas, but not in. Since Son's left, we've not replaced him, not in one window, but two windows now, but now three. Do you know what I mean? So that's a little bit of concern. I know you can't. They say you can't do all your business in one window. Yes, I know that. But you get your key ones done. You get your key ones done first. Left wing was, for me, one of the biggest priorities this window, and we haven't addressed it. Do you know what I mean? Because last season we scored 42 goals in the league. Do you know what I mean? So our whole front line was absolutely shot. And that needed addressing massively. Yes, we got in Savinho and we've got in Marmoush. I'm happy with that. But we're still going into a season with, let's be realistic, Matisse Tell currently is still our number one left-sided winger. Whether we like it or not.
Is he?
Why is that?
So I mean, yeah, we're like imminently a couple of weeks away from having sort of Kudos and Maddison back. We ain't playing Tell left wing.
No, I mean currently now going into this weekend's game. Do you know what I mean?
I don't expect him to play this weekend.
Who could?
Although I will say that the highlight of last Saturday's game for me was the Tell free kick. It was.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
It was hilarious. It was one of the best things I've ever seen.
Do you know what? Sean's being funny with me lately, right? I think I went too far, Paul. I might have to do an apology video. Mate, can we just say that Matisse Tell, he's not cut out for this, is he? He's not. How much longer do you give this guy? He's just not cut out for it.
So the last thing I'll say and Tell is, I've said this a million times. He should not be a starter for Spurs. He should be a substitute. As an impact sub, he's not a bad player, right? As a starter, when you have to rely on him, he's not as good.
He's a terrible player. He shouldn't even be a sub at Tottenham. But I hope, by the way, Sean's sort of missing in actions. I hope he's all right. I don't know what's going on with him. But when he is back, I really hope he just doubles down even more, because it would just be hilarious. Like, how long can we keep it going that Tell's going to be a great player?
I can't keep making videos, man. I can't.
It's so funny. But anyway, this weekend, I mean, Kudus is coming back to fitness. The outside chance he might start, right? If Kudus is fit, I think Savio's starting left wing for me.
I think Kudus hasn't. He's had 10 minutes of.
I agree. He's not going to be fit for 90 minutes, clearly. But you either bring him on or you start him and take him off.
Yeah.
Can I, guys? If we start Tell left wing, Archie Gray right back, right? If we do that again and we lose, are the knives coming out for De Zerbi? Or is it going to be?
You've heard the record, haven't you, Stel?
My base is like, of course it will happen.
Stel, have you heard the record with Archie Gray in the team? How many defeats we've had?
Dave's right.
15% win rate or something.
It's awful. Danny, you've seen it, have you? It's shocking.
What? What's that?
With Archie Gray in the team, how many defeats we've had?
How many?
It's so bad.
What if we've got a win percentage of 33% when he starts?
It's 15% when him and Tell play. The win rate's 15%.
Yeah, but in all fairness, it's pretty shit for most players over the last couple of years, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is.
But if he plays Porro right wing, like, oh god, that's one of my. I can't stand it.
Do you know what, Chris? Do you know what? Right, I think that's another thing that we have to look at is What you want to see from De Zerbi is not making the same mistakes over and over again.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. This is a big one for this weekend coming up. Like, you don't want to see Porro play at right wing again, and I think he knows that. If he plays Porro again at right wing, then that's a problem, right? It's a big problem. I think what I'd like to see, I don't think Kudus is fit personally. I think he'll play again. He gets some minutes at the end of the game. But I think that you'll see Solanke, Marmoush, and Savio start. I think they'll be the starters in their attack. And then you'll play Porro at right back.
Yeah,
I'm worried about this game. I'm worried about this game. I think Glasner's going to have something up his sleeve. He's a smart manager. I think he's really going to have a game plan for us.
I think it could quite easily be 3-0 to them. Quite easily.
Mate, if we don't score again and concede like that, it's good. YouTube's just going to be rank. It's going to be rank for a week.
The last 2 times we played them, it was 3-0 to them, right? So,
mate, if we lose 3-0, man, it's just going to be
He's going to be non-stop texting me. Fucking hell.
So
he's already non-stop texting me now.
Who's texting you?
Wolfie. The Forest
Wolfie's going to have a field day.
He's been texting me non-stop about how shit Tottenham are.
Well, he's predicted we're finishing 16th, Danny. He's predicted Spurs finish 16th.
Mate, I messaged Wolfie a couple of days. I can't remember exactly what he said. I messaged him a couple of days ago. Somebody wanted his number. And he goes to me, "I'm not talking to you. You're a disgrace." I said, "How you been, Wolfie, man? It's been a while." He's funny. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy.
He knows how to wind people up, doesn't he? He knows how to get under people's skin. 100% does. He plays up to it. Yeah. Let's talk about Forest then, guys. The Forest guys, starting lineups, guys. What you're expecting? What's the midfield going to look like? Who's going to be up front? I mean, the defense kind of picks itself, right? I think as long as Porro's at right back. Guys, formation-wise, we all know how Glasner plays. 3 at the back, wing backs. How do we counteract it? And is there a thought of even us kind of going 3 at the back? I don't think De Zerbi will do it, but that would be an interesting one.
Mate, he's got Milenkovic playing in the middle of the back 3, and it's working a treat. It's really working a treat. Their big weakness is they haven't got Anderson anymore, but they seem to be all right with that because they're still scoring goals. I think this is a tough game. Really, really tough game for us. Maybe the hardest game that we've had so far.
I think I agree with that still. It's definitely going to be the toughest game we've had so far.
Yeah, I mean, mind you, Brentford's always difficult. We need to split the 3. We need to stretch the 3. We really got to hit the channels hard. If we're good down the wings, we can split the 3, and then maybe the space opens up in the middle. But then you've got to feed someone in the middle. Who are you feeding? Is it Mamouche or Solanke? But
Solanke, I think Mamouche off him.
I'm not against that. I mean, I'd rather Kudus in the 10, but if he's not fully fit, then he's not going to start. The way you split a 3 is you've got to stretch it. You've got to play down. Do you know what? I'll take a bit of a risk. I'd get our front 3, the 2 wide players to push out wide, but then I'd get the wing backs to overlap, and then you end up having 2 on either side, and that will start pulling players apart. But the risk with that is, and this is where we've got to be really careful, is if you get it wrong in that final third, you've committed so many bodies up that the counter attack is on. And with players like Morgan Gibbs-White, we've seen the damage he can do to Tottenham on the counter. So we've got to take a risk if we want to beat them. We've got to overload the wide flanks on the attack, but you've got to be ready for the counter because that's what they're going to target. And Glasner's good at that. We saw him do it with Palace when he had Eze. Now he's got Morgan Gibbs-White. He knows what to do. So
did you watch him against Liverpool, guys? Anyone watch him against Liverpool?
Yeah.
Right. And what did you make of him?
It's hard to tell because Liverpool aren't quite ticking yet because Iraola's only been there a short space of time. And also Liverpool struggled in their first game. So it's hard to tell. But Glasner's embedded his ways with them pretty early on. I think they get what Glasner wants. But I'm not surprised because they had, what's his name? The ex-Spurs manager a couple of years ago.
Nuno.
Yeah, Nuno was quite pragmatic with them. And that's when they had their best season. So Glasner's kind of semi-returned back to that. So it's a little bit in their DNA. So I'm not surprised. But I think they look well. I think they look well structured with Glasner, but that's what Glasner's good at.
Did you see how easily they cut through the Liverpool midfield? How many times they opened them up in that midfield? And do you worry that Spurs have enough strength in that midfield away from home? And up, we haven't got Paulinho anymore, which I don't totally agree with. I think he could have done a job for us in this type of fixture. I do worry about the physicality we lack in that central midfield throughout the season. Time will tell. I hope I'm wrong. But I do think, and I look at Tonali, I look at Fernandes, yes, they can defend, yes, they can nip in and win challenges, but they don't have that physical presence. Am I worrying about nothing? You might disagree with me. Do I have a point? Anyone?
No, I think you're spot on. They haven't got that bite like Paulinho had that could break up the play. They're not quite like as dominant as what he was. Do you know what I mean? So I think if we're going to have any chance of beating them, is keeping the ball on the ground, quick passing, quick moving. Because if we're going to keep pinging that we have done the last two games, pinging balls into the box, Milinkovic and co will that's bread and butter for them, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Who's the other centre back? Danilo, is it? Is it Danilo?
Murillo.
Murillo.
Yeah.
He's the top centre back as well.
You know what I mean? Them two. Murillo's only short as well, but he's got such fantastic athleticism. He can jump real high.
Yeah.
That's bread and butter for them too. They're
aggressive, aren't they, Dave? They're aggressive.
Yeah, they are aggressive, and I think it's the key part is the midfield battle. Whoever wins the midfield battle wins the game. That's just my opinion.
I think you're right, Dave. I actually agree with you. I think the only way we're going to beat them, because we haven't got the hype from set pieces and stuff like that. We're not going to do them from set pieces. I think the only way is on the ground. And we have got, if those players start, we have got very technically gifted players who can hurt them in transition. And I think that's where you've got to utilize it. And they've got to put the ball in the net. And if they have the chances and they do that, I think we can beat them. I'm not saying we will, but
Danny, just saying about the midfield, and you make a good point. They've got McAtee, from Man City in there.
Yeah. Oh,
and they've got that Schlager. I never heard of him. He's a new signing for them. I don't know how good he is. How good is he? Is he good? What sort of player is he?
Schlager is a very good player. Very good player.
What type of player, Dave, is he?
He's a Matisse Fernandes. Technically very good on the ball. Do you know what I mean? He's got a good range of passing, and do you know what I mean? But he's not the most physical player, but he's more technical. Sang was his name? Sangra? Is he still? He's there. Sangari, that's the one. He's their Batlax in midfield. He's their Paulinho, really. Their N'Golo Kante. Do you know what I mean? So
I don't know if he's injured or what, but he weren't in the lineup or on the bench the other day.
Yeah, he might be injured then. Fingers crossed he is, because he's a good player.
But it's all about Morgan Gibbs-White though with Forest, though, isn't it? He will drop into that too.
He's so good, man.
And pick it up and create things. So that's the danger man for us. And who's going to pick him up? And this is the sort of thing we've got to be thinking about.
Hey, Nico Williams as well, man.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm going to call this now. If Tottenham somehow manage to get Champions League football next season, Nico Williams and Gibbs-White are going to be Spurs players.
But another question, compare our squad to Forest. Who's got the better squad?
Well, on paper, it's us.
They're more unified. They're more unified, aren't they? Because they haven't brought in as much as what we have, or got rid of as much as what we have.
They lost Anderson, didn't they? They lost Anderson. Who else did they lose? I don't think they lost anyone else. I don't think.
Yeah,
it's a big loss.
So,
Anderson was their machine. He was the one that made it all tick. He was like their Rodri.
Exactly.
So it's a big loss.
Mate, it's a difficult ground to go to. Forest away is always it's a challenging place, and they'll be up for it.
We got battered last year still, didn't we? Do you remember last season? Absolute battered. 3-0.
Yeah. It's not easy to go Forest away.
Chris remembers it well.
I'm going to the game with a mate of yours, Stelwell, someone you know anyway, with Charlie. Is it Genuardi? I don't know how to pronounce his surname.
Oh, you know Charlie, young Charlie. Yeah, he's top lad. Yeah, say hello to him. He used to come on my channel all the time. He's
yeah,
a good
no,
boy, Charlie.
he's a really nice lad. I met him in Bilbao, so yeah, but he's coming with me to the game. So.
Oh, Charlie,
I went
tall Charlie,
last
now
season.
he's tall. Young Charlie. Was he, how old is
Yeah,
Charlie
yeah,
now?
he used to have his own channel, didn't he?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Do you know Charlie? He used to do really, really good stats analysis. He used to do really good stats analysis, Charlie.
He used to watch a lot of European football as well, didn't he?
Do you know? I'll tell you a funny story.
Yeah. He used to watch a lot of European
when Charlie, it was one of the games a couple of years back. I think he was 18 at the time. We were in the pub, right, in the number 8 with Sava and a few others. Sava was when I think it was the week before Sava got married, right? And Sava was buying everyone drinks. So Sava was trying to persuade loads of us to go to a strip club. And when Sava's drinking and he's on one, it was the funniest thing, him trying to convince Charlie to go to a strip club. But obviously, it didn't go in the end. But
mate, Charlie was like 17, 18 at the time. Right?
He was 18. He was 18. But it was just a funny thing because I was like, Charlie, if you don't want to go, don't feel pressured to go to it. It's like he didn't really want to go, but it was just a funny thing. It was just funny because
mate, Charlie wouldn't even have a beer. He wouldn't even have a beer that day.
I know. He
wouldn't even have a beer.
But it was just funny.
And Sava's there like, yeah, go to strip club.
Sava's already drunk at this point, so it was funny trying to see Sava trying to convince him to go to the strip club. It was brilliant.
I won't mention other names, but I was like, yeah, I'm up for that. Yeah, go on then. Yeah. That's anyway.
You know who ended up going in the end? You know Graham. Old boy Graham.
Yeah, so I said I'm not going to mention names, and Danny just goes straight in and just.
I don't care.
Can I just make one quick point? Actually, just get back to when we were talking about Liverpool before. We're always so Spurs centric, obviously, right? I get that. I think what a lot of us do, probably because we've got no choice, is we always sort of make out that it's like only Spurs that are shit in the transfer window or whatever. But I think Liverpool's a good example because if you listen to their fans at the moment, they're pissed off that they haven't replaced Salah. They're pissed off that they still haven't replaced Alexander-Arnold good enough, and they clearly need a defensive midfielder, and they haven't done any of those either. So
they haven't got a deep squad, Chris. They're after their first 11, it's not that deep. Liverpool. I think they might have some problems. They're in the Champions League. Injuries hit. I think they might have a tough one. I don't think they've done enough in this window, in my opinion, about Liverpool.
Same with Man United as well.
Oh yeah, but Man United have really surprised me. I just reckon there's an awful lot of shows like this going on tonight with lots of Premier League clubs all going, why is it just us that's crap? But actually, there's a lot of teams I think will be quite unhappy at the moment.
And does Pete make a fair comment about Glasner? Does he always set up like this? Never has anything up his sleeve. It's just low block. I don't know, guys. I mean, Stel, you're a fan of Glasner. Is this true? Is this what he does? Always sits in a low block and just pounces on the counter attack?
Mostly, yeah. But it's well organised. It works. It's effective and he gets results. Listen, the guy won a European trophy at Frankfurt when the Champions League team still dropped into the Champions League. He went to Palace and won 2 trophies back-to-back after losing Eze and Elise. Mate, he's a top manager. I'm telling you, he's a just excellent manager. And that German player from Leipzig he signed, he knows the German league.
Yeah.
Glasner doesn't need massive backing to get results, right? Yeah. He works with what he's got. He gets the best out of what he got. So yeah, he needs a couple of signings. He's just a very, very good football manager.
I was really surprised that he went to Forest.
Yeah, I was really surprised.
Because I reckon he had a pick. I reckon he must have had a pick of a good bunch.
Well, they were tipped to go to Man United, wasn't he?
Because you've always got the option. If you're Glasner, you've always got, if nothing's there for you in the summer that you find attractive, just wait a few months, right? Teams will start sacking their managers in October and then someone will come to... I just can't believe no bigger club went in for him and that he also wants to go and work for Marinakis. But
do you back Spurs to finish above Forest this season?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
Are Forest in Europe this season? They're not, are they?
No, they're not. One game a week, like us, like Chelsea.
Yeah, you never know, Yeah.
Is anyone getting on the Chelsea?
It depends
hype
how
this
quickly
season?
Tottenham click.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's-
Because
yeah.
who said it? If you win a certain number of games in a row, the confidence is damaged, and then you start. If we don't get a win soon, then it's very hard to turn it around. If you lose 3 games in a row, you're in a mini rot. If you lose 5 in a row, you're in a proper rot. That's very hard to break out of. It's happened to many managers.
Villa, though, last season they lost their first 4 still. Villa lost their first 4 last season.
Yeah, it's not impossible to get out of, but the longer it goes on, the more pressure. So if we get to the Coventry game and we haven't got a point, it's Coventry at home. We should be going in thinking we'll win that. But if we haven't got a point, we'll be going in going, Jesus Christ, like the pressure in the game will be huge.
Do you know when, for me, you've turned the corner? It's when Tottenham can play 5 Premier League games in a row without losing one.
Yeah.
Because we haven't done that in something like 3-4 years. Just
Yeah.
5 games, even if you draw all 5, that's fine. Can you go 5 league games without losing?
So I've got an idea.
That's a big turning point for us. We can do that.
No, don't cut your hair until they have five games without a loss.
I don't think I have for 2 years. We've already done that.
Can I just make a point, by the way? I know this has nothing to do with football, but your hair, mate, it's fucking amazing what it looks like. I can't believe how good it looks. Fair play to you, man. Fair play.
Yeah, money talks. It costs a fucking lot of money.
Yeah, I know, but fuck, it's worth it, right? It looks unreal. I think it's brilliant.
Was it from your arse cheeks? Was it that?
Yeah, ball bags and arse cheeks. Yeah,
pubes.
they plucked a few out my ear as well, just to patch it up at the bottom.
No, look, you're looking a lot younger still these days. I've got to say, I don't know what's happened to you. You're looking at maybe it's the move.
Living in the sun helps. Living in the Mediterranean helps. I promise you.
You're like the Greek version of Benjamin Button now. You're reversing.
I reckon there's like a theory that the further away you live from White Hart Lane, like the less stressful your life is. So that's probably partly why Stell's looking at it.
If that's the case, I'm moving to Australia tomorrow. Fuck that.
Well, all the Australians, they all bloody loved us, didn't they? So, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd definitely say, Stell, you look like you shaved off 10 years of your life, minimum.
I think shaving the beard helps as well, right? The beard makes you
No. You went through because you've got the beard. It's like a bit. Is it a bit? I can't see. Is that a bit stubble? Like a little bit stubbly?
Yeah, I shaved that 2 days ago.
Yeah. No, that you should keep it stubble because when you were in a phase where your hair was still growing and it was kind of like you looked older, but you also looked young at the same time. It was really strange.
What is this? Is this like the Stell Cosmetics show now? Is it beauty and therapy with Stelios? Yeah.
Seriously though, I think there can be a bit of a stigma around getting stuff like this done, right? But you need to be on their fucking adverts, mate. Honestly, it's done so much for you. I think
mate, honestly, you could do it on your channel, mate. Honestly, get a little link there.
Yeah,
mate,
sponsored by.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a great idea.
Do it.
Why haven't you done that? Show them pictures of.
So I'm going to do exactly what you lot said. I'm back in October for a week to see family, and I'm going to see the hair guy just so he can check out how it's all going and whatnot. I'm going to ask him for sponsorship. Say, mate, listen, everyone keeps saying good things since you've done it, and I'm on YouTube. I reckon because if he gets one punter, that'll cover the sponsorship for like 2 years.
Well, we all see it, don't we? All the guys on YouTube now. Henry
great
White.
idea.
I saw him the other day. Henry White with his vitamins or something like that with his boards. It's just mad next to a tree. You know,
hey, Jason Cundy got one as well. Have you seen Cundy's
so many
got the
people
front
do
one?
it. They do this advertising on their channels now because they've got big channels, lots of subscribers, and it's money making, isn't it? It's just what it is.
I'm going to try and get a hair transplant sponsor.
It makes me laugh, isn't it? Because then they start talking about the football straight after. It's quite funny. You've seen it, guys. You've seen all these channels doing this sort of stuff.
Yeah, with Manscaped. Shave your
natural.
balls, shave your bum.
If I ever need anything like that, I'm just going to go and ask if I can borrow some of Danny's hair. He's got plenty, isn't he? So
you're selling any, Danny?
Bit of glue.
Yeah, so for a price, yeah.
Was it Dax wax? Is that the one? That thing that it took a fortnight to wash out your hair.
Dax wax, fucking. That was one of the first things I ever used. Dax wax.
Mate, I think I lost my hair because of that. Do you know that?
You probably did.
No joke, right? I was 18. I couldn't get any of this shit out of my hair, and in the end, only Fairy Liquid got it out of my hair. So imagine washing your hair with Fairy Liquid.
Yeah. Guys, smash the like button for Stell and his look today. Honestly, man, you know we rejuvenated Stell, and he's raring to go this season, aren't you, Stell, mate? I'm sure you've got a lot of things planned on your channel.
Yeah, I think not having a season tickets helped my health for 10 years. So.
Stell, when are Iggy and everyone going to be back on the show all at once?
Well, JP, he doesn't want to do it anymore. He's just wants to focus on other things. Maz is consistent, so is Mari. Iggy, he's going to be on and off. I'm trying to get him to. It's difficult because we had such a good channel, then we lost it, and we did it again, we lost it. It's very disheartening, to keep restarting. I know. But Spurs always draw you in eventually. You want to have your say eventually. It gets everyone. Everyone wants to speak at some point.
So that's what I said to Sava. I said, don't worry, Sav, you'll be back soon.
Hey, he jumped on my show the other night and gave this 30-minute preach. It's like
I came on
bottling it all up for like 3 weeks, and he just went into it.
I told him after I came on just to wind him up.
To be fair, Sava nailed it on the head with a lot of what he said that night. A lot of what he said was
I actually couldn't disagree with a lot of it.
It was pretty on point. So,
I
just really hope, man, we just go on it's just nice to see Spurs go on a run without losing any games. I can't remember last time we just went on any kind of half decent run in the last 3 years. Some kind of momentum would be nice.
Do you know what, Stel? I think we'll before we go. I think we'll see it towards the end of the season. That's where I really want to see a run. Like that would be the best way to end the season for me. Like just go on a win, just a winning run, like consistently. Maybe 5 or 6 games in a row. That would be a great way to end the season because that would show for me the best form of growth.
That would excite the fans. If we kind of March, April, May go strong, the fans will get really excited as well.
That's what I mean, still. That's what I mean.
That's what we want. 100%. That's what we want. That's what we want. But immediate. Let's look at this weekend, Nottingham Forest. Can you think how good if we got 3 points there? How important that would be to this side. And I want predictions from everybody.
Say it again, Dan.
How important for Spurs if they get the 3 points at Nottingham Forest? To kickstart our season. Window's shut now. We know what we got. And then predictions.
Ooh. It will do absolute wonders for a morale boost for a start. It'll start getting them. That's why I was so gutted for Savinho pulling up with muscle fatigue because, all right, it was against Charlton, okay, but he must have been walking down that tunnel in that change room after the game, absolutely buzzing off his rocker, going, do you know what I mean? I'm loving living in the moment. Do you know what I mean? And for him not to be able to carry that into the weekend would have been really disheartening and a bitter pill to swallow. But as on this game this weekend, it all depends. It all depends what lineup he puts out because he's been so unpredictable these first 2 games, and I think he's got them both wrong. And if I think he just needs to go back, he needs to go to the basics. I think he needs to go because we haven't got a proper number 10 in at the moment. I think he just needs to go over 4-3-3 midfield, win that battle in midfield. I think he needs to go with someone with a bit of physicality up front who can give Milinkovic and Murillo a bit of run for their money. And
so you're starting Richie then, Dave, yeah?
Mate, Richie ain't fit enough to tie most of the team we got now shoelaces.
Could you imagine though? He starts at the weekend after all what's happened. That'd be crazy.
I personally would go. This is just what I would do if I was him. I'd go with obviously Kinski in goal. I'd actually go Doggy left back this game, and I would go obviously Porro right back. Same with Van Hecker and Van der Ven. Let them form some sort of cohesion. And I'd go with in the central midfield. I'd go with Tonali and Fernandez. We need to get that partnership starting now, ASAP. And I would the other midfielder. It'd have to be Bentancur, but just let them play in a free, like a little triangle, but close together. But just passing triangles around their midfield.
Who's the third one, Dave? Sorry, I missed that, mate. Who was the third one?
Bentancur.
So the same what happened at Newcastle, where it was a disaster.
Yeah, true, but in a different style. I find just let them play closer with each other. Or do you throw Gallagher in there to be that?
It's hard to see, isn't it? It's hard to.
Do you know what I mean? The one who just do all the running around and chasing, all the hard leg work for him. Do you know what I mean? And I'd go with Marmoush on the right. On the left. Savinho on the right. Solanke down the middle. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I'd do the same.
Just the worry is the central creativity is the concern for me. Who's going to dictate it? Who's going to pass it? Who's going to spread the play? Getting it out straight to the wingers. That's it. Balls midfield, straight to the wing. Danny, is that what you're saying? Just wingers going at it.
I think it's got to be the wingers and the fullbacks is where and then the defenders passing through the lines. That's how they've got to do it. I think against Forest, I can't see any other way unless De Zerbi's going to do like. Well, the only other thing he could do really is a 2-2-2, right? And he plays a 4-2-3-1, where you've got Marmoush as the sort of false nine sacking midfielder, and then Solanke just in front of him.
That could work.
Or the other thing is you play him and Solanke next to each other, Marmoush and Solanke next to each other, and you have Savinho and Tell as the wingers, and Tonali and Fernandez as the midfielders. So he's got options, but I think what Dave said is spot on. I think he needs to find what's going to work quickly and start building those partnerships. He has to do that because the problem he's got at the moment is that he doesn't know his strongest 11, and that's purely because of fitness, because of injuries, because of all of this. They're not being prepared. So he's trying to fit. He's trying to find a solution for what we've got available. And I think that's the difficult thing he's having to do at the moment.
Yeah, if we play Marmoush off the left, which I would if Kudos can't start, which he probably can't.
Yeah.
Then naturally you're not going to have a lot of width from Marmoush. So I would definitely play Robertson. I mean, I'd almost play everybody over a Dogie anyway because I think he's absolutely fucking useless. But Robertson's a much better player.
I agree. Robertson's a better player. I'd start Robertson.
So with the predictions as well, guys, you know, I like what you're talking about and, you know, what you think, but what are you going for prediction wise? Dave, did you say it? I don't think you said it, mate.
No, I don't think we're going to get anything out. I'm not being pessimistic. I'm being realistic. I
agree with you, Dave.
I still think this team still needs more time to gel. Do you know what I mean? So, and I'd like to think we can nick a goal, but I don't think it'll be enough. I think 2-1 Forest.
Yeah. Chat, give us predictions as well. Chat, put it in the chat, guys. Still, mate, what you reckon? What you going for, mate?
I think we're going to lose. I don't think we're set as a team. I think he's going to play Gray or Tell. I think I just don't know where the goals are coming from. As it stands, I don't know who's scoring the goals, and I think I'm just as worried of the defense as I am up front at the moment. I think defensively we look vulnerable, and they're going to pummel us with set pieces. And I just think I don't think we're going to get battered. I don't think 3-4-0, none of that. I think 1-0, 2-1, something like that.
Fair enough. Danny, mate, what are you going for? And then Chris.
so hard to judge results right now. Probably, I'd like to say we draw, but I think more likely it will be a loss. And I hope if we do lose, we actually score a goal in the game. I'd like that's a bit of progress for me, to be honest. Like I'm taking any little bit of progress, and scoring a goal is a bit of progress. I'd say I'm gonna go 3-2 to Forest.
Fair enough. And Chris, and finally with you, with a little bit of something else as well. If we don't beat Forest, is there going to be a meltdown?
Oh, there'll be a meltdown even if we do beat Forest.
Yeah.
We'll find something. It's choose your meltdown. Remember, meltdown roulette. So, in terms of the actual game, I'm more concerned about seeing some sort of evidence of what he's doing when he's working with them than I actually am about the result this weekend. I do think it's going to be tough. I kind of agree with what everybody said. I would also say the couple of games I have been to Charlie with, we've lost and never scored. And I said, if that happens again, this weekend, I'm never offering him a spare ticket ever again. So that's my hope for the game, is that we'll score. So I'm going to agree with Dave and say 2-1 probably, but it's not a happy set of predictions we've just made, is it? But yeah, I mean, I'm going, but I never get too carried away. Like I can fully see us losing. So if we do lose, I'm not going to get too upset about it. As long as it's better than last year. Last year, I was in row 1, right in the middle of the goal, behind the Spurs goal. So I had a brilliant view of, do you remember the cross? Was it Hudson-Odoi? Sort of crossed it, and then it just went in the far post, and the Cario was flapping at it. So I had a brilliant view of that. So it can't be any worse than last season, surely. Although I'm now thinking of the Mick McCarthy meme where he goes, "It can."
It can.
Yeah. Let me come with my prediction. I think it's a very tough game. I hope that De Zerbi has worked on something all week and really decided on a formation lineup. Players available, obviously that depends on, but there's got to be a better way of attacking. Yeah, than what we saw the other day against Newcastle. There's something missing, something lacking in the performance, especially in that final third. Selection, I know, was a problem. Savio injured and whatever, but there's got to be some kind of solutions from De Zerbi this week, and you hope to see that on the pitch on Saturday. Was it 3 o'clock, right? 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Not on the telly. This one,
yeah,
right. Saturday afternoon. So.
It's away, right? It's an away game.
It's a away game, yeah. So I'm probably thinking it's going to be it's going to be not the most exciting game. I think Forest will be strong, tough. They won't give us a lot of space, and I just think it might be just like a narrow 1-0 or something. I don't think Nottingham Forest have got a lot of goals in them. But if Morgan Gibbs White turns up, plays well, he could be. So maybe now saying that could be like a 2-1 loss or a 2-0.
I tell you, my biggest prediction is we will still look really poor up front, and then the meltdown will be reflecting back on the window that we didn't sign a striker.
That's predictable. Yeah, it's totally predictable. But for me, I think we've got to see some kind of performance on Saturday. If we lose the game, but as long as we see something, I can 100%. Take it. But if it's just a shit performance like we had in the first 2 games, then yeah, we're not going to be happy. But meltdowns, I don't know. Probably be meltdown. If we'll be bottom of the league. We'll be bottom of the league if we lose again still.
If it's as bad as the Brentford game, probably meltdowns with some justification, right? If we're as bad as that.
Fair enough. Look, let's go chat. Some predictions in there. 3-0, boys. Sorry. Gray, is he injured? I think someone confirmed it in the chat. He's not actually injured.
Paul said on Twitter on X that he's not injured. It's just it's nonsense, basically.
It's bad news after bad news for Spurs, isn't it? Even Gray's fit.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Chris, I don't know if that's good news or bad news.
But isn't that funny? We don't sign another right back and that comes out. It's just taking a piss, isn't it, really? It's just a wind-up.
Yeah, of course it is.
Philly's gone 2-0 to Forest. If anything, Mamouche might get 1. Samuel saying without Richie, who's heading them crosses away. Yeah, set pieces is a worry. Well, I'm not going to get into it now, but I do have my concerns about us this season in set pieces, unless anyone wants to quickly add anything. Cookie, 3-1 Forest. It's not looking good, is it? Binny Guy thinks Spurs are back, but he's laughing. See if there's any more in the chat there. Any more predictions? Can't see. I've got some jewels in the chat from Deo. A big 6 jewels. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. And I think that's it. Anyone else? Final thoughts of the night. Big up to everyone for joining us. Big up to Nige, Cookie earlier as well for coming on. Big up chat. Smash the like, subscribe to myself, Dave, and Stel as well if you haven't already. I'll get their links up. And yeah, been a cracking show in the end, isn't it?
It's a good
Big
show,
up for the
yeah.
super
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
4 hours. 4 hours. Where did that come from?
Yeah, it's coming quite a lot now when I do shows. So it's just so much to get through, and with all the different guests on, you know, people got plenty to say. But here's a Dave's link in the chat. He's got a new channel, so please, guys, if you're not subscribed to him, go and give him a sub. You know, support his channel. It's so difficult.
What channel is it? What's it called?
Spurs Syndrome with the underscore.
I'll subscribe now.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah. How are you getting on, Dave? You all right? You enjoying it, aren't you, mate?
Yeah, it's good. It's good because I'm new, and do you know what I mean? And like just starting up with it, I could be sitting there for like 5-10 minutes just talking to myself, like Billy No Mates, like the crank from around the corner. Do you know what I mean? But when people start coming in and stuff like that, it does make it a lot easier. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it's new, it's expected. Do you know what I mean? It's slow burner, but I've jumped up in a couple of weeks, so. Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's all good.
I can't find you. Is that because you're a new channel and it doesn't come up?
It's locked you, Stel. That's what it is.
Oh, no. I'll send you his link, Stel. Stel, after the show, I'll send you his link. I'll send it.
Yeah, post it in the private chat after.
Yeah, no worries. Big up to Dave for coming on, mate. Hope you enjoyed it. Stel, mate, thank you for coming on, even with the Delhi belly. Subscribe to Stel if you haven't. I'm sure everyone is.
Shit all the way home from Thailand, man. It was the worst. you know, you have to go for a proper toilet in an aeroplane toilet. It's the worst thing, man.
Oh dear, nightmare.
Nightmare
stuff.
The worst thing is the person who went in after you. That's the worst thing.
Yeah, because there's always a queue. Like they know who was in there before.
Can't get away from it, can you?
I'm still on the tablet and the freaking. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, cheers, Stel, for coming on, mate. I hope you enjoyed yourself. And Danny, mate, thank you for coming on as well. You know, it's good. It's good, different opinions coming on, and you know, it's good like that. You know, just reaching out if you fancy it. If anyone says anything that you know you don't agree with, and same with Chris, I know you're the same as well. You know, certain things draw you into shows. So big ups to you two as well, and big ups to Scott as well for coming on. No problem. And yeah, big up chat. Smash the likes and subscribe if you haven't. And yeah. Don't know when I'll be back at the moment this weekend. I might do a late one at the weekend. I'll see. But big up to everyone in the chat. And yeah, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your week. Take care. Bye bye. Good night.
Cheers, Dan.
Cheers.